Hey, good morning, Herb. What is up, dude?
Cheers. What do you think? These are our supplies. See what you can achieve. Speak.
How's the skin maxing? Good? I got 10,000 energy shield right now. I don't even have that much cold res in the grand scheme of things, so this could get like way higher. And I am doing an insane build. So I was leveling this character, Herm. I actually leveled a martial artist to 81 a few days ago. And when I was playing him, I got 3 specific items that I was like, oh, okay, let's go make a build of this. But I also really wasn't enjoying this character. It was fun, but
Quickly. You got a choice.
it felt like it was inevitable it was going to rip, and I couldn't figure out single target. Let me find a good map to show this character off on. It's really cool. This was the character I was playing. I was gonna stream him, but then I decided, like, I wasn't liking Flicker Strike. I'm not enjoying Flicker, is why I rerolled. I don't remember how to play this character. Oh yeah, and if the density is good, it'll full clear like the entire map in a single click. It's just the single target suck dick, and I didn't think I was going to be able to scale the defenses well enough to where it would have inevitably ripped in hard maps. Oh right, that's why it wasn't doing the right chain. Hold on, I felt like I was doing something wrong with the combo. Figured it out. Yeah, this is the character I was playing at first. Just a culling Flicker Strike character, but I wasn't liking Cult Flicker Strike. I like the I like Killing Palm, but I didn't like Flicker Strike. Obviously, the build's not awful. It just, you know, this is more of a softcore build in my opinion. But when I was farming currency for this character, I got 3 very specific items that made me re-roll to this Autobomber. I think it's crazy if you get, like, crit scaling. Exactly, yes. And I wasn't able to do that in the hardcore private league. I still might push him, but I went to farm currency for him on this guy. I got 3 very specific items when I was farming for him. I killed the Breach Duo boss, and I got Breach Lord's Amalgam. And I was like, oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll do some weird return projectile skill build with lightning spells or cold spells. And then I killed Zesht, and he dropped Skin of the Loyal, so I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'll do a Skin of the Loyal build where I'm using Breach Lord's Amalgam. And then I went and did Aziri, and I got Aziri's Rule. And I was like, oh, okay. Let's do an Aziri's Rule, Skin of the Loyal, Breach Lord Amalgam build. And this Autobomber is fucking crazy fun. we are using Widow Hail plus Drill Net Quiver. And the crazy thing about this quiver is it snapshots, even if you swap weapon sets. The projectiles deal increased damage with hits each time they have pierced. Each time they have pierced. Keep that, like, again, let me be as specific as I can. Each time they have pierced. And then projectiles have a percent increased critical hit chance for each time they have pierced. So when I cast this right here, this single frostball is going to have this effect snapshotted for its entire duration as long as I never recast it. So what happens when I cast it with its series rule? Well, we got the visual bug. There's a visual bug with it. Let me try and fix the visual bug. They are proccing right now, you just can't see. Here, let me show in a map. It's bugging in the hideout. So we have these little pods that spawn. And they will forever loot. Why is it breaking right now? I changed something that might be breaking. So it is a visual bug that happens with this skill. It is proccing right now. You just can't see it. See how the boss is taking damage right now? That means there are frost bombs going on. Now the cool thing is, Ice Wall counts as a target it's pierce. So essentially the way it works is, and it's hard to tell right now because we just dove into a half-ass map and the visual bugs making it harder to see what's going on. But there are a bunch of frost balls breaking off, and each time they pierce the boss or one of my ice walls, they are getting more and more damage. And as you can see there towards the end of the fight, the damage started to ramp. That is because the ice balls had pierced so many times. And using Frost Wall, it doesn't say enemies, it just says pierce. So when it pierces Frost Wall, all these pierces, you see how it's kind of auto-bombing right now? It's looping. This is what's happening when you can't see it. This is what's happening when I say the visual bug's going on. This is what's happening beneath the covers. It's just looping like this. And every time it pierces something, it's getting more crit, it's getting increased crit damage bonus, or crit hit chance, and it's getting increased damage. So at some point, at this point, it's probably already critting. Each one of these is critting for 100% chance. They are all critting. So you're exactly right. You're exactly right. We don't need to do any crit damage or crit hit chance scaling. It's purely crit damage bonus scaling. So as you can see on my tree, I have crit damage bonus. Only crit damage bonus snapshotted. So whenever I eventually get on Citadel with Comb's Madness in the Frost Wall, I'll have way more ice walls down for even like faster piercing scaling ability. Well, it gets like to 100% crit hit chance like almost immediately, Herm, so you don't need to like get any additional hit chance for crit. But this is what I was like, whenever like, you couldn't see anything going on and the boss was taking damage, this is what was happening. Sometimes it just visually bugs out and they just stop being visual, but they're still there for whatever reason. But this is what's going on, is you cast the frost balls. See, here's the visual bug. As you can see, they're still breaking. You can tell because the ice walls are popping when I cast them. So they're still going on. I don't know what's causing the visual glitch, but yeah, that's the build. We're level 83 right now. I'm blown away that we're pulling this off in hardcore right now. This seems like this has everything that smells like a softcore build, but we got the 3 lucky items I needed for the build. I guess you don't need to play Skin of the Loyal with this build, but the items you need are Adziri's Rule, and I think Britch Lord's Amalgam is required, but I don't know if I would say it's required. I would say it probably is. And then, of course, the drill neck Widow Hail Cheese. Which, again, all of my gear I'm using is, like, so bad. Like, if you were doing this, and I'm trying to get Prada to do this build, because, like, Prada would min-max this build to an absurd amount on standard. But he's like, every time I bring it up to him, he's like, I don't know if the math's there. I'm like, bro, the math is there. I'm doing this in softcore. Or in a fucking crap hardcore privately with, like, no, with no good gear. I'm following your Bulletstorm Witch Hunter. I'm level 90. I do believe I have all the quest passes, but I don't think I'm going to finish passives. Your endgame speed build, or am I missing something? I don't understand what you're saying. What does my guide have to do with the amount of passes you have? You're gonna have to. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're even asking. What's the Widow Hail Cheese? I mean, it's just boost drill neck, and then drill neck amps our damage giga. Yeah, I didn't really understand what was being said there. Right now, we're still kind of in like the early stages of experimenting with the build. I need to get an on Citadel, but I also need to farm Divines and get levels. Now you can see it in a mapping scenario, where at this point I'm not casting anything. I'm just going to walk through the map. See, sometimes it randomly breaks. I don't know what causes that. Gotta figure that out. There we go. It's invisible again. It wasn't broken, it was just invisible. Do the balls stop if they get off screen? They're supposed to return to me because I have Breach Lord's Amalgam. So they should never get off, like, too far off screen. I think when you see them going off screen, that's a visual bug, and that's what's causing the illusion to break. Every time you hear one of them shatter like that, that means they were hit by one of my projectiles. So that means the chain is still going. Yeah, if you see it still dying, the chain's still going. Even though we can't see what's happening, still going. And it's already enough damage to, like, kind of kill Rogue Exile, which are always a pain in the ass with bad builds. I definitely think the damage will scale. It's a visual clarity build, yeah, look at that. I saw Amalgam's doing this in AFK Simulacrum. The map is definitely there. Yeah, like, Prada keeps saying... I've only mentioned it to him, like, last night and again this morning. He says he looked into the tech, he just didn't know if the math was there. I can promise you, if he did, like, Abyssal Lich projectile speed scaling with this build, or, like, Gemling or anything, I guarantee you Prada can make this fucking stupid. It's just whether he wants to deal with, like, the clunkiness of it, you know? It's definitely... It's one of those techs that would be absurd when min-maxed in Trade League, on, like, a bit Abyssal Lich or something, and I was partly considering doing it. But I'm having too much fun on the private league. So this is what it looks like whenever it's invisible. This is what you're supposed to be seeing at all times, but for whatever reason, Breach Lords makes them go invisible at some point. So this is the build, it's just... the goofiest Autobomber. You don't get any more points after max level, right? Correct? Are you level 100 already? Which I know you're not level 100 because you wouldn't be asking questions like this if you were max level. So I don't know why I asked that. I forgot what I was doing with my passives. What I had done last. Do I want to get the jewels now? Do I want to get more jewels? Do I want to get exposure? I think I'll do jewels for now. I'll do you know what? I'll go for exposure. Alright, boss time. We're gonna have to re-ramp. I wonder if that was an elevation thing there. Wonder why my loot broke there. You're not bothering. Yeah, this is a safe place for asking silly questions. That is the only way we can learn. Do the balls stop if they... Oh, sorry, I already read that. Let me catch up on chat. Maybe your MTX is causing this. So I bought this MTX because it was happening without the MTX. I specifically bought it so because I was hoping the MTX would fix the illusion break. Hey, what's up, Scythe? How you doing, bro? Got an Autobomber, and I had to check it out. It's a cool build. It's a little bit wonky, and we're playing it in a hardcore private league, so I don't have the best gear for it. But we're still in like the interaction fixing stage, and like I need an on citadel for my ice wall to make it better for piercing. Let's get some tablets. Where am I? People in game complain about it as well. It's not the MTX fault. Yeah, I think it's with Breach Lord's Amalgam. Okay. Since we got a lot more people in here now, I explained it at the start of the stream, but I'll explain it again now. We are doing a weird Autobomber using Etziri's Rule and Drill Neck Quiver. The way Drill Neck works is each time a projectile has pierced, it gets increased damage, and each time it has pierced, it gets increased critical hit chance. This is for every time it pierces anything. This includes something like Frostwall, which puts down a lot of objects. Every time it pierces anything, it's getting a fuckload increased damage. And right now with our Frostwall, we're not even getting that much increased damage because we don't have a 4-link with On Citadels and Comb's Heart. So this affects snapshots the moment you do this. So Drill Neck is snapshotted right now. If I swap weapon sets, every one of the Frost Bombs that is always spawned from that initial cast will have the Drill Neck effect. So the tech is you get some arrows down, you Frost Wall, and then you swap back to your mirror setup, or your rule setup. And then from here, it just loops. And that is the core engine. It is... And as long as it doesn't break, you still keep the snapshot of that drill neck. Now, this is where the visual bug happens. It is still going on right now. When you hear them shatter, that means it was hit by one of our skills. They just despawn if they don't. And you can tell that it's still going on because the ice walls are immediately breaking. But that's the tech. It is just weird weapon set. Hold on. I think I broke something with the snapshot there. I wonder what happened. They were not getting any damage at all. Let's see what happened there. I might have fucked up my weapon sets when I changed some skills around. This is still weapon set 1. This is still weapon set 2. Let's try this again. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why it was doing no damage that last snapshot. Now it's starting to one-shot everything. And at this point, I'm just walking. At this point, I'm just walking. Fucking cold resistant mob. Gotta get that Rocky Otis. And I love Expedition. I must say, I was having a lot of fun this morning, but the moment I started doing Expedition, my fun went from like 100% to 170%. Like, I'm just having infinitely more fun engaging with this right here. This is the most fun mechanic in the game. I can't believe this. can't believe this. No, crazy. Or Herm. I'm not fucking liking Expedition. This is dog shit. This is the opposite of fun. There's nothing fun about this, even in a slight percentage. And if you do like this, you should feel bad. This is the Expedition experience for you. Just this. I lost my snapshot. We wasted all our mana flask too, fucking with those Expedition mobs, just for them to immune out. Mana flash charges, or I can't do anything. Wasted all my flash charges on Expedition. I don't know, like, I had no issue infinitely looping this, yesterday I was infinitely looping for an entire map, never having to recast. And I don't know what I changed, but I just keep having to recast. The whole point is, like, it snapshots for the entire map, so it giga scales, but something keeps breaking it. I don't know what. Right now, it's just still going just fine. When you cast wall or ball, you have to switch back to mirror. My wall is in the mirror setup. I never have to swap out of it. I only cast ball once and I never swap again. That's the only time I have to cast. I'm always, like, rule is in the ice wall setup. So I'm always having ice wall castable with bombs going out. I understand if mirror stops spawning, the snapshot dies. I'm not weapon swapping. The moment I am in the mirror setup, I never leave it. I'm sitting in it the entire time. And it just breaks the loop sometimes randomly. I cast Ice Wall. My Ice Wall is in the mirror setup. The only thing that is on the drill neck setup is Frostball. And I never recast it. Look at this look at this dude just chasing me way over here. Would you get away? Man. I cannot wait till Expedition is not in every fucking map. What an absolute dog shit, bullshit mechanic. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care if you like it. Alright, we lost our full ramp, so now we have to re-get our ramp from DrillNet. So we have to just spam Ice Wall until it's pierced enough time to get its ramp. Alright, starting to get there. You see at some point the damage just ramps and it ramps, like, it starts doing like little tickles, and then it starts doing big tickles, and then it starts ramping and ramping and ramping. That's just the drill net. Sometimes if you move too fast, you outspace the balls and they miss the mirror. Well, that's why I'm doing projectile speed scaling, and that's why you usually see me moving to my mirrors, because my projectiles return to me, so as long as I'm like moving towards a mirror, it will almost always loop it. It probably is just sometimes the loop breaking because I can't see that it's breaking because the projectiles are going invisible, but I am actively like scaling projectile speed. I've got a few projectile speed jewels. I've got the projectile speed nodes up here to make it to where they can easily keep up with me. Because they do move pretty fast. Once you have the mirror spawning, as long as you... right there, though, they just went through all the mirrors. That was weird. As long as you, like, move towards mirrors, it, like, forever loops. See? And even if you don't move towards mirrors, it'll still like hit the other ones sometimes. Like I don't think I'm outrunning them. Like this is me just going like full W, right? And like it's following pretty well. It just sometimes it'll randomly they'll sometimes randomly break the loop. I'm not quite sure. See, like right there, it broke the loop, and I don't know why it would have broke the loop there. I'm guessing because like there's 4 totems there. It doesn't help that the visual bug makes it harder to tell what's going on. Might have gone past a breakpoint. I mean, potentially. I don't know. I know I've heard that people will use this to like full AFK simulacrums, but that's not like an endurance thing. Each wave lasts like less than a minute, so I'm not sure. Your new hot take section in the podcast is great, but your takes can be a lot hotter, bro. I mean, they're community hot takes. Those were hot takes from the community. You guys need to have hotter takes.
The right choice.
They stop when they hit their terrain, it seems. Yeah, but they still return off of terrain. This is the Witch Hunter? No, it's a Ritualist. I have 3 characters right now in endgame. I've got the Witch Hunter, he's level 96, I think. I've got a Martial Artist that I leveled, but I got bored of him, so I re-rolled to the Ritualist, who I'm currently playing. I went with Ritualist because I got Skin of the Loyal as a defensive, which would be really easy to max as a Ritualist in the Private League. And then 3 rings is just super nice in general for itemization. Hot take, loot build shouldn't be possible. I mean, I don't think that's a super hot take. GGG pretty consistently removes infinites out of the game. I think GGG, like, this is not going to be in the game next patch. If it's on GGG's radar, it will not be in the game next patch. It's abusing, like, a weapon snapshot bug that a lot of builds are abusing right now. What is happening? Why does my loot keep breaking so easily sometimes? Is it the map? Like, why is my amalgams... Like, sometimes the amalgams just don't return? I'm not sure. You know what? Maybe the prod speed's what's breaking it. Maybe I've got too much prod speed. And it's sending them too far off. I think it's like these little trees here, actually. What is happening? Like, the build just went from, like, one-shotting everything in the last map to it can't kill anything. And it's like... I think it's these trees are, like, popping them or something. I'm not sure. Maybe we need to do this with Spark instead of, Ice Ball. something is breaking the interaction on this map. It is not working at all. So they just like it's like GGG just hot fixed it, but it's like something with the terrain or the map is just completely bricking it. I was having much smoother chaining yesterday too. I wonder if prod speed scaling is not the play. I went prod speed to like make it keep up with me, but I think that's making them get too far away, and it's breaking the mirror loop. Like, why is this happening? I don't understand why they're just... It just suddenly broke the interaction. It has to be something with this map. What is happening? That, like, within a fucking, like, something about the terrain or something, it passing over these fences is completely bricking the interaction with Breachlord's Amalgam. We're looping now, but then suddenly it just like fucking completely bricks. I think it's with the fences. Something with the fences is like fucking with them, with the logic or something. Because it doesn't make sense why, like, when they go over fences and they come back, it's like, I think what's happening is they're going over fences and these fences have bullshit elevation to them. Like, I've seen this happen with other skills before, where elevation will make it to where projectiles will pass over objects. And I think what's happening is the fucking frostballs are going over the fences, and when they come over, they're passing over everything because their elevation, their y-axis was increased, and they're now passing above the objects or something. Like, something fucking whack is happening on this map that doesn't happen on other maps. And it feels like it's the fences that are causing it.
His hunger lives on.
Need more time. Need mana.
Akarui.
I don't know why the interaction is just completely bricked on this map. It has to be with the fences, because everything's working until they start going over fences. You see how they pass over fences and they just fuck off? Like, look how they stop returning the moment, the moment they pass over fences, they just stop returning. It's breaking Breachlord's Amalgam, so it's like this map is completely breaking my build. You see how they just stop returning the moment they pass? Interesting. Okay, we figured it out. That's so obnoxious. Interesting. But they just like sail over the fence and it's like still, it doesn't like disactivate them. They still like sail over the fence. It just like completely bricks the Breachlord Amalgam loop. Interesting. That's a very odd bug. I wonder what is causing that. I don't know why a fence would make it to where it breaks Breachlord's Amalgam. That's a very interesting bug. And I don't think there's a way to, like, just like you have to avoid a plantation. It might just be like an avoid plantation moment. Because right here, huh. Even over here, like, it's more than just the, it's more than just, I think it's the trees too, because it's happening around the trees. Something is breaking it, I'm just not sure. How, I just saw something really weird there where there's just something bugged with this instance or this map that's breaking the interaction. I just don't think we can do this map because nothing is making sense. I just saw something else really weird. That a frostball wasn't piercing anything. It just, like, detonated the moment it contacted with something. Let's try a different map. You don't want to reduce cooldown recovery, right?
Speak. Choose what you see what you can achieve with that.
All builds seem to have some bug that makes it worse. That's why, like, I get frustrated with GGG just abandoning development of the patches just so early on. Like, I do not understand why they think, like, I know there's 300,000 bugs in this patch, but we can't work on it anymore. It just doesn't make sense to me. They just, like, after 0.54, they just abandoned development of this patch, and 0.5, and the NVIDIA graphics card update is not something they were working on. That was mostly NVIDIA, so they had just kind of always just kind of let the bugs just sit until the next major patch, which is very odd. I think I'm just getting plagued by visual bugs. It is working right now. We just got a visual bug. It's crazy. This build was working so much better last night. I wonder what I changed. I'm guessing the prod speed is making it just move a little too fast to where it's like not popping sometimes. Right now it feels like it's working just fine, so I don't know. It's just we have the visual bug of it. Oh yeah, now we're full stew. Interesting. Have you tested it in trenches or other maps with other small projects? I mean, I've been playing this build for less than 24 hours. And most of that was in the campaign. So I have no idea if I've tested it on which maps or not. We are still very, very early on in this character's journey. Maybe it's Prodigy, the prods are turning going past you before mirrors are spawning around you. Well, I have a lot of cooldown recovery rate. Mirrors spawn pretty frequently. That's why it's like, right now you can see, like, this is the same loop from the start of the map. I have not recasted Frostbomb since the start of the map. So, like, sometimes, like, this is how it was playing for me all yesterday. It's just this permanent infinite loop. Like, it's still going. Every time you hear the shatter, the glass chink, that is a Frostbomb hitting one of these things. Even now, it's still going. Despite going up all these little corridors and stuff, like, yeah, it's still looping. So, like, there was something with that map, I guess. I don't know. The trees or the fences were really fucking with it on that last map. That was crazy. That was so confusing. See, this is how the build was playing for me all yesterday. It was just like pure Autobomber. Oh, I accidentally weapon swapped. I broke it there. We almost chained it the entire map, but I broke it there. I accidentally left clicked and swapped. That was on me. This would definitely be a really awesome Simulacrum Autobomber. I get why someone in chat earlier said they people AFK. I've seen people AFK Simulacrum with this build, and I get that. This would be an awesome AFK Simu build. This would be a crazy AFK Simu build. You lost the chain again, Rip. That's pretty crazy. That's fun. Dude, there's no way this isn't insane in Trade League. Like, with max cooldown recovery, max prod speed, like, there's no way this isn't fucking insane. It's just annoying that it's got the visual bug with it. Because it's still going off right now. It is still auto-bombing right this second. And it would just be so cool if you could always see it doing that. But I'm sure something with the infinite is just breaking it visually. That is really cool that, like, you can still... Do you have auto-culling graphics setting on? What's that mean? Auto-culling? You mean dynamic culling? I don't have that on. Bill's pretty tanky too. I mean, it could be way tankier. I'm in a hardcore private league. I'm doing Skin of the Loyal cheese, which, if you've never seen Skin of the Loyal, you overcap your resistance to give you defenses. That's why I have like 500% cold res. It's increasing my energy shield by a fuckload. This could easily be like over 1,000% cold res. I could be pushing like 20,000 energy shield in Trade League, okay, in a real economy, and like with a bunch of like actual crafting mats I can buy and shit. So I could be like way, way tankier with way better gear. That's so weird. I want to go back to Plantation and see if it bricks again. It might have just been a bad instance, but it probably is the map. Let's just see. It's working now. Was that just a bad instance? What the hell? Oh, I think it broke there. Oh, you see that? Sometimes they all pass through them. Sometimes something bricks them, but sometimes it doesn't. I'm not sure. There's definitely something weird going on, but this is working way better than... See, there it went. Like, all those projectiles passed through those guys. You saw that, right? So there's definitely something... There is an object on this map that breaks projectiles when they pass through it. Whether it's one of the trees, Whatever it's one of the fences, I'm not sure. But there is something on the plantation map in terms of objects that is breaking projectiles as they pass through it. Hey, what's up, Will? Oh, we can't get our guys through this wall. Interesting. We gotta redo the whole ramp from inside here then. Oh, something broke on him too. Got my way back up. Nice, nice. I have been playing too much of this. I currently have my third character in red maps that's currently alive. Yeah, something weird is breaking. I wonder if it's a line of sight thing. Huh. I think it's a line of sight thing. I just noticed something very specific. I'm trying to get it to replicate again. That was very odd. This map definitely has something on it that breaks the interaction via line of sight or axis shifts or interacting as a collidable when it shouldn't. Good morning, Dirt. How are you doing, bro? Alright, this might be an interesting map to see how this mechanic plays out on. Yeah, I figured this map was going to be really awkward for it. Let's see if we can keep the loop going. Nope. Some maps just break the amalgam loop. They'll like straight up pass through these. Like I think part of me thinks it's an axis change because they'll literally like pass through these and there's no reason they should pass through them unless they're like above them in the axis or something. Okay, we got the invisible bug right now. Yeah, there was no reason why it should have broken there. Some maps just are like really awful for this build. That sucks. This might just have to be like a weird AFK simulacrum build then. I mean, it's not the end of the world having to recast the loot, but it, you know, there's supposed to be no recasting. Yeah, right there, the loop broke. I see why it's happening. It's because it's definitely terrain things. Especially when you're running through one of these, there's like only one path they can take, and it ends up being really goofy. You still got the loop going right now. It's still going. It's still going. Loop's still going. I'm just gonna keep running forward until I see it break. It's still going. No one cares about you, Delwyn.
The hunt begins.
You broke. He lost the loot. Is this a glass cannon build? I'm in hardcore, brother. It's definitely not the tankiest build of all the tankiness, but, you know, definitely not doing a glass cannon build in hardcore. I'm almost certain it's the elevation that's breaking the loop at this point. I've seen it happen too many times. An example being, why did my loop break going from up here to down here? Right? Elevation changed. It only broke because something about when it comes at a certain angle, so if it's coming from like down here to over here, right, it won't shift its axis. And it'll fly over these things. So there's definitely some goofy ass elevation pivots that break the loop. I didn't mean to recast that. Okay, it's still looping right now. It's still looping. The visual bugs definitely make it just a little bit more confusing. Alright, we broke. Loop broke again. The loop broke again. This map is just awful for this. Damn. And there's like, it sucks that like I've ran into 2 maps in this stream that like are just really crippling for this playstyle. Like, man, I was hoping I would be able to play this like very seriously in hardcore, but I don't know if I can just like map like this. This is not like, I need a good mapping build. I can't get levels if I'm... if I can't map fast. And like, this is like, this isn't even a hard map, you know? This is just a tier 14 that's out. But there are just certain maps that are just completely breaking the interaction. Like, this boss should not be taking this long. I should not be required to log out here. This is not a hard boss at all, but the entire interaction is being broken on this map. The entire interaction. There we go. We finally got the combo off. Woo! Succumus leveling? It might be a good second list build. I'm not sure. I mean, it can be leveled. You just gotta, you know, be smart about the maps you pick. Most maps have been fine so far. I mean, I leveled to 84 without running into those two maps, and was fine otherwise. Let's try Ravine out. Let's see what Ravine does to the build. Because some maps I can just literally hold W through and walk through the entire thing. Like, this is the normal map interaction, guys. It's literally just this, but some maps are just, this is the normal experience with this build. This is the normal experience I had playing this build all yesterday, and, when I got the maps. We lost the chain. I even saw what just happened there. Let me show you guys. I have actual visual proof now of what I'm talking about with the elevation shit just breaking. Hold on. Look at this shit, dude. Look at this shit. Watch, like right here. It's gonna happen like right here and like right here, watch. See? Look at those! Look at those. Just going upwards. Like, how does it fucking get ricocheted to go to the sky? Watch. It gets ricocheted to the sky. Like, why should this be even... Like, it's gonna go from here, straight up. Watch. Here it comes. Is this one? Look! Look, it's just going towards the sky! Look, that one too! Why can that happen? That's what's causing... That's what's, like, breaking the fucking loop, is, like... They're going to space randomly, and I'm losing the... And the loop did break here because of this. It just sent some of the projectiles to space. Look at that. It sent 2 of them to fucking space. That's so weird. Hey, what up, Lachlan? Why did that break there? Damn. You died to 75 due to lack of fire risk? Damn. Yeah, I usually try and get res cap pretty quickly into the end game. Highest you've ever been in hardcore though? Hell yeah, dude. Congrats. New personal best. Let's go. Big grats. 75 is really good. Hell yeah, just making it to maps is really good. See, I don't know what caused that to break the loop there. Interesting. It's fine if it breaks the loop every once in a while. I don't mind having to redo the loop every, like, you know, 3 or 4 times a map. It's not that, like, it's not like a complicated loop to set up. It was just on that plantation map, it was bricking, like, constantly. That was weird looking. This build's so confusing. It's so hard to, like, try and analyze and optimize what's going on. I need to find someone that's made video about it so I can figure out how they've dealt with all these weird interaction bugs. But it's starting to just feel like it should be like a weird AFK Samu build to me. I might need to swap the Spark, though. Maybe Frost Bomb's the mistake. And maybe I need to use something like Spark. I just went straight to Frost Bomb. Well, I've been using Frost Bomb the entire leveling process. But what's the build? It's an Zeri rule Autobomber. That was some good damage. Holy shit. I think that was the best damage I've done with this build. I need to watch that back. How did that happen? I don't think I've ever one-shot a boss with this build. I'm running that back. Hold on. God damn it. He got blasted. What the hell? I don't think I've done this kind of boss DPS yet. So that was just because I cast Mana Tempest with it? I think the Mana Tempest because I was already Giga ramped. Because look at my mana. It goes like down immediately. I press the Ice Wall and I cast Mana Tempest and then maybe the So maybe once I have Mana Tempest plus Archmage online, this build's just going to be doing like such clown tier DPS that I'll be able to, it won't matter if I have the Giga Ramp or not. Look how fast he, like, I don't have good gear and I have not been killing bosses this fast at all, but he just got fucking hit for 1 million? We can scale that damage a lot better. I'm hyped about that. We can definitely get that damage a lot higher. And the loop is still going right now. Interesting. So maybe this damage is actually going to get Giga. If we can figure out what's causing, like, the terrain breaks and stuff, I need to maybe, like, find someone who's done a build on this setup and see what they did to fix all the visual or the... I didn't open the coffer. The coffer wasn't going to have anything. This is why I don't open coffers. Oh, exalted orbs. Shit. Oh, man. Coffers are bait. Never gotten anything good from a coffer. They're always a lie. Always a lie. Well, I kind of want to do Simu on this build, but I'm afraid to do Simu right now with my gear not being better, because I easily get like another 4,000 energy shield. I am not juiced right now. I'm doing tier 14s while I'm still trying to figure out how to optimize the Autobomber, because I'm in hardcore. I'm not wanting to, you know, risk it quite yet on juice maps. If I was in softcore, I'd be doing juice maps by now just to test the interactions. Lazy Exile. Oh, Lazy Exile did a build on this? With the Atziri rule Autobomber? Cool. I will check it out. Well, they wouldn't bounce off of them. They would pierce through them. The invisible aspect of it is so weird. Alright, let's try to one-shot this boss again. Oh, it broke? God damn, I just had a giga ramp. See, why do they do that? Like, just sometimes they just, like, pass through them. I don't understand. Damn. The way this was playing yesterday had me so... I would not be I promise you I would not be streaming this build right now if it was performing this inconsistent in mapping. Yesterday, I leveled to 82 without any issues. And then suddenly today, it's just like the loot is consistently breaking. I might need to go back on the prod speed changes I made, but I don't know what is causing the loop to break so much today. Like, I swear it wasn't breaking at all yesterday, and it's really puzzling me. Just suddenly the loop will break, and the only change I've made since yesterday was the prod speed scaling. So maybe my prod speed is just a little too fast for my cooldown or something? I am not sure. It makes it really hard to analyze when the visual bug happens and you can't really tell what's going on, but I leveled to 82 yesterday and like I could have like it was all off stream and I was like, you know, being like watching TV shows and stuff while doing it, but I don't remember it being ever like this yesterday. And I'm guessing what's causing it to be wonk is the prod speed scaling is just a little too fast. I am not sure though. I have my cast and mirror on 2 set, so I mainly switch same. I have Ice Wall on set 1 and with everything else, and I have Frost Bomb on set 2 with Aziri's Rule. Or reverse that, but yeah. I have 2 sets set up. I didn't know Lazy Exile had a video though. I'm hyped because when I was messing with this last night, and when I was trying to YouTube at Ziri Rule build, I didn't see very many that were very interesting. Mouthful had one, but the way he was playing it was very different from how I was wanting to play. He wasn't doing an Autobomber. He was doing just like at Ziri's Rule hard casting Frostbolt. But I was wanting to, because specifically I had gotten Breachmore's Amalgam. I was wanting to do a build with that. And I only found one video, but they were, I think, Japanese. And they had a written guide that was like only in Japanese, so I didn't know. Are you using that propulsion lineage gem, Slugondese? Are you using the cast speed, scales, prod speed lineage? Because I thought about getting that and doing cast prod speed scaling to make it giga fast. What is that name? It's just his name in YouTube chat. Slugondese. 9683. When it's like this, right? Like, this is how it like, I want it to be, right? We're just like holding W through a map, and like if it performed like this always, it just broke though. But if it performed like this most of the time, then we got a good build on our hands. But I can't, we gotta figure out if it's either a specific map's breaking it. I mean, clearly it's a, this is something GG is gonna fun detect, absolutely. Which means there's unintended mechanics involved. But maybe it's not. Maybe they do want this at Ziri Rule, weapon swaps, snapshotting to be a thing. Yeah, it's still working if you hear mirrors cracking, but right now there's no mirrors cracking, so the loop broke. I very consistently get my loop broken. Is this a less cooldown map? No, I'm just doing white tier 14s right now. Like right now, I'm just like interaction testing and trying to like figure things out. Well, since I'm in hardcore, I'm not doing like juice maps right now while I'm like trying to figure out interaction things, you know? I can still hear them breaking and chasing. Look, even when I was sprinting so far ahead, it still can loop after you. Look at that. These are still the auto bomb loop is still happening here. So it doesn't matter how fast you're running, they chase you and they will pop these things. Frostwall on Citadel Combs Madness. Yeah, I'm in a hardcore private league. I've been spamming global chat for on Citadel all day. If anybody has an on Citadel they want to sell me, I will happily buy it. But I'm broke right now, so it would have to be at a reasonable price. Yep, that's the exact setup I'm doing. Hey, what's up, Minosuke? How you doing, bro? How are you, sir? Who's going again? Broke my foot, ankle, and we'll need to find out if I need surgery tomorrow. That sucks, dude. How did that happen? That sounds awful. No clue, honestly?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'll just say, did you wake up and someone, like, had smashed your ankles in with a crowbar without you realizing? You were just existing as a person and oldness got you. I know that life. That's what it felt like, I imagine. I can't imagine what having a broken ankle feels like. That would be awful. I saw someone doing this on Gemling. I thought about doing it on a Gemling, but, eh. Gemlings are too OP and not fun. And then Ritualist would have been better for Skin of the Loyal anyway. So. But yeah, go figure. Gemling's good at everything. Go figure. I mean, this feels really good right now. Like, I'm literally just holding, like, if this was the build at all points, I'm literally just holding W and everything just died. We just gotta get this part consistent right here, and this will be awesome. And I'm not even doing, like, on Citadel Frostwall cheeses. This is just, like, the projectiles doing their thing. This is still that same loop from the start of the map. This is but this is how it was playing all yesterday for me. Was just this. That's why I was so frustrated in those first few maps, because I was very confused. This was not my experience yesterday. This right here was my entire experience with this build. Just holding W. This was my entire experience yesterday. Just holding W and everything dies.
Come on then, let's dance.
At this point, like when it's working, it's just a walking simulator. I'm literally just walking through maps right now, which is so fun. But we got to figure out the inconsistencies for sure. Can I enter it with the loop still going? Okay, I can. That's pretty good. The boss died. Alright. That is starting to feel pretty good. That is starting to feel pretty good. We just gotta keep playing maps that feel good, I guess. By the way, if you are in the Timmy Hardcore League and you have an on Citadel, let me know. I will buy it off of you.
This is all we have. A good priority.
I'm broke right now, but I should have divines by the end of the stream. I need an on Citadel, and then there's a bunch of stuff I really need. I need to get a Rockiatas, if I'm being honest. I really want a Rockiatas in my Frostbolt. What do you need to get this rolling? Drillneck and Widowhell? Well, you need Drillneck, Widowhell, you need a Xeria's Rule, you need Breachlord's Amalgam. I think that's it. Those are the required pieces. Everything on top of that is extra niceness, quality of life and stuff, but those are the required, for sure. That was so weird. Why did it break there? Yeah, this was my experience all yesterday. I don't know why those first few maps ended up being so frustrating. I guess they were just weird layouts. But how it's just kind of like infinitely looping right now, and I'm just walking around and everything's dying, this was basically what was happening yesterday for me. It is crazy. This damage does not make sense. Go, my minions! My invisible demons! Purge the land! Purge it! We still got it looping. Oh, this is fun. When it works, it's so much fun.
I'll take that.
It's still infinitely loop. I've cast it once this map, and we're still going. Though we're about to be done with the map. I'm probably gonna have to recast it going through the boss's area. I love this build. It's so silly. Go! Go, my mirrors! Alright, we might have broken the loop. Hold on. Is the loop still going? Oh, the loop's still going. We're able to get to the boss's doors. Oh, the loop's still going! The loop's still going! Oh, we lost the loop right when we got to the boss? How? Oh, no.
I've been itching for a good hunt.
Come on, keep looping. Keep looping. Keep looping. Keep looping. It's still looping. It's still looping. Yeah! Yeah! Keep looping. What a silly ass build. 300% will hell? I mean, if you can get a 300%. You get any widow hell you can get. Mine's not 300. And I'm also not using a split personality. Those are not required things. He asked for required things. None of that is required. I am not using a split personality. And I am only using a 250% widow hell. I am, you know, 300% nor split personality is not required for the build. Did you choose Richless because easier to get res on rings? Yeah, because I'm playing a Skin of the Loyal build. So what happened was, I was farming for my last build. Okay, here's what I was doing. I went offline for 2 days because I was just kind of like I took a break from streaming. I streamed for like 2 weeks straight. I was leveling this guy off stream. I was thinking about playing a Culling Flicker Strike character. And I don't like Flicker Strike, I've decided. I don't like Flicker Strike. So I got bored of it. But when I was playing this character, I got Skin of the Loyal, I got Breach Lord's Amalgam, and then I got Etziri's Rule. And it was just kind of like a situation where, like, these 3 items fell into my lap, and I was like, oh, okay. Like, that sounds more fun than what I was playing. But yeah, sorry for those who have already heard the explanation, but there's new people who are here who asked how it works. So I am doing a weapon swap cheese with Etziri's Rule. Etziri's Rule is a staff that spawns these little mirrors, and when you hit them with a projectile, they make a bunch of additional projectiles. We are using Breachlord's Amalgam to make these return to us. And with weapon swapping... Oops, I didn't mean to enter that. Here, I'll actually show in map because it'll be easier to see with more space. With weapon swapping, there's like weird snapshots that go on. But the way Drill Neck works is, each time you have pierced anything, it gets increased damage and increased critical hit chance. Each time. Not a cap on each time, not a, like, once only it's pierced. Each time it pierces, and it doesn't specify enemies. It doesn't specify enemies. So, Ice Wall counts as something it pierces for the increased damage. Now, we could get a lot more Ice Walls with Comb's Heart, or Comb's Madness with On Citadel. Don't have an On Citadel right now. But that is the engine here. We are snapshotting Drill Neck. So what we do is we cast Frost Wall, and then we swap to the Etziri's Rule. And as long as that first Frost Bolt is cast and never gets lost in the loop, the Drill Neck is snapshot. And this is the engine. Now, what you saw earlier, at some point, there's a visual glitch that happens, and you stop seeing Frost Bolts. It's just a visual bug. I don't know what... I don't know. At some point, it'll just... Right here. Oh, maybe they're still going. Do I need a 2 pierce roll? No, not really, because we're always piercing with the skill. What matters is the bottom 2 rolls. Which I do need to craft on drill next. I will take drill next. Mine's not the best, you know. But what matters the most, if you're not playing EVES, like the deflection rating while stuff, like if you're playing EVES, you know, that's nice, but that doesn't get snapshotted. All you care about is high rolls on proj speed, or the proj damage, and crit hit chance. And right now, the loop is still going, by the way. These do not shatter if they're not being hit by one of your skills. It would just despawn. So anytime you hear the tink, 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 that means like the loop is still going. So you don't see any frost bolts here, but there are still frost bolts here. And this was like I'm pissed, by the way. This was a perfect drill neck. I sent 40 divines into this. It was 64, 63, and I vow orbed it, and it went down. It went down. I was so sad. It was perfect. I was trying to over-corrupt it, and it went down. I had a perfect drill neck, and of course it got ruined. And so right now it's not looping. You see how they're going down? At this point, it's broken. So sometimes it can break. It won't hit one of the mirrors eventually, or like certain things will cause it to break. But right now, it is not going on. So we'd have to restart the loop. Now, I could be getting a lot more damage if I had on Citadel with Comb's Heart and Frostwall. That's more walls for it to pierce. And the loop is still going right now. You hear the tink, tink, tink? It's still happening. There are still frost bolts out there. They're just invisible. This one's 63, 65 at the min. I mean, I would take it, whatever. I would happily take it and try crafting on it. Yeah, dude, you need ons? I mean, I would love ons. There's one on trade for 20 divine right now. I don't have 20 divine. I'm in your hideout. Cool. Appreciate you, bro. But that's the build. It's a weird-ass Autobomber that I did not expect to work in hardcore, but I am very tanky. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. But yeah, if I had ons, I would be getting so much more damage. And I need Rocky Auto's Flow, too. I need to get a Rocky Auto's Flow. But, yeah, I bet this damage is Giga. Same as mine build, but I modify it to use 2 cast on crit with 100% crit chance going crazy comet looping. I mean, yeah, you could easily mix cast on crit into this. I'm in a hardcore private league, so I don't have access to that levels of spirit. And I'm using Skin of the Loyal, which doesn't have spirit, so... but you obviously could mix cast on into this very easily, honestly. Because, like, everything's critting. Everything's critting, so... If I... right now, I'm trying to get... who did I add? I think it was a guy named Shield yesterday. He's gonna sell me a... he's gonna sell me a... an Archmage amulet. I want to get Archmage because we don't really spend mana for this build. Like, once you get the engine online, you're just kind of standing there. So, snapshotting Archmage damage sounds smart to me. Yeah. Would Grim Pillars work? Grim Pillars Frostwall? Like in Cast On? I'm sure you could put anything in Cast On, to be honest. Can't use the bug to make the staff trigger weapons on your weapon set 1. I'm not sure. I'm avoiding that bug, though. Because there's a chance that this archetype survives. I think this weird loop tech might survive, but I don't like the weapon swap, snapshotting and keeping the effect. I don't think that's going to survive, so I don't like practicing techs that I can't use in the future. But I'm sure that weapon swap tech would absolutely be fine in this setup for sure. So right now, the frost bolts are invisible, but they're still proccing, obviously. Everything's dying. And at this point, it's just a walking simulator.
You can still be retained. Not like this.
I clean hell.
Oh, we broke the loop, damn. Oh, we got Wisp. That's annoying. Damn. Whenever you get that damage ramp going, you just start chucking, bro. When you have the Flame Wall with the exposure, with the Mana Tempest, that's why I think Archmage is just like, I go mark Archmage and Mind over Matter for defensives, and like this build is just literally crazy. It just becomes this crazy walking sim. This is fun. It's so funny how many people mix up Scythe and Cypher. I wonder if they're real life friends or they just happen to like have similar names and both be really kind hardcore players that were also really good. Like, I got them mixed up a lot too, and they are both functionally the same person in my head. They have both showed up in my chat once and said the exact same message at the exact same time. So at this point, I am convinced that they're both the same person. Scythe and Cypher, they are one. This is fun. I wish you could still see the visuals of it, because it would be more fun that way, but... Hey, Cal, my build does 1/10 of the damage of yours. I followed everything step by step. What did I do wrong?
Don't give up now.
Have you tried growing a mustache in real life? It might be a mustache difference. That's what Crazy Odds said earlier, but I have dynamic culling disabled. Apparently it's a known bug, media, where it's just like, it's been reported since the start of the patch. I'm guessing it's just something with Breach Sword's Amalgam. She got caught in that area and was getting popped by all the frost bombs. Yeah, apparently it's just a bug with Breach Lord's Amalgam or something. Walk close to the wall to see if it breaks your loot. Let's see after the boss. I want to see if I can get the loot through the boss. Oh. Oh, they can't pass through the boss's chambers. Oh. Oh, we broke the loop. It might have been her bone wall that broke the loop there. I'm not sure. Alright. Let's see if going next to a wall breaks the loop. I mean, it definitely makes it more likely for the loop to break because more projectiles end up colliding with the wall. Versus when you're out in the open and they're not popping near as much. Oh, interesting. Oh, alright, I didn't weapon swap, that's right. Yeah, I knew you were quitting. The way you phrased that, it was very it was clear to me you were quoting the podcast. I'm glad you watch them, man. And I'm glad a lot of people seem to like the hot take section this week. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it every week. Like, I don't want to force it. I've been wanting to get more segments into the podcast. Like, I like doing those kind of segment type things, but you know, I don't want to force. I don't want to force it and like have dumb hot takes show up sometimes. But yeah, I'm gonna try and make that a regular segment. I like Miso. Like, we went a year without really adding any segments, and yeah, I don't know. I just want to try to change up the format of the podcast. The goal of the podcast, like, I don't consider our podcast an interview podcast, even though we have a guest every week. I don't consider us the same. Like, I consider us a Path of Exile 2 discussion podcast where someone is joining us to talk about the game each week, versus like the Whatever Medias or the Talking to Tries or the Blazeworks TVs. I feel like those are more like interviews. So I want the podcast to just be entertaining and have, like, you know, like, just I want it to be fun. Obviously, I want to interview the person a little bit, and there's going to be like one-on-one personal discussions in times, but to me, the podcast is more of a show than an interview. And yeah, I want it to just... We're going to try spicing up the format every once in a while and see if it just leads to some fun things. But I don't think the hot takes can be forced every week because, you know, there has to be good hot takes to discuss. On Citadels, make sure walls thick. Yeah, I really want ons. I love on Citadel whenever you need that coverage. I really think Grim would be a nice addition. Kadachi, I'm not adding ward to this. Like, I'm in hardcore, brother. I'm trying to be tanky. I'm not getting rid of energy shield for ward. That's crazy. Go test it in softcore if you want. I am not risking my character's deaths for your science. I'm not... It's like one piece of gear, and I don't want ward on my gear, though. I don't have backups right now. I've got no currency. Like, I'm not in an experimental, you know, environment. If I had, like, a bunch of... Like, let's just say I had a bunch of energy shield gear, sure. If I had a bunch of ES gear lying around, I would, you know... Testing is fine, but I have no divines and I have no energy shield gear, so... To me, it's, like, not worth it. When I get more gear, sure, I'll test stuff later, but... You can't unward gear. I think that's a big mistake with the introduction of ward, and why a lot of people don't use ward. I think it's a big design flaw. There needs to be a currency added to Expedition that allows you to revert rune forging on items, because a lot of items, like, in some sense would want ward, but they lose so much long-term value with ward, because let's just say you have a best-in-slot energy shield piece of gear. Like, maybe you want to use that on other characters that don't need ward. So, like, adding ward to it might brick it for other builds, and then that reduces the value of it and shit. I really, like, I love ward. And I love ward stacking. It's just, yeah. Right now, I don't want to test it. And I promise you, like, adding Grim Pillars, like, if I added Grim Pillars to this build, like, it would not add anything noticeable in my current stage. Like what it would be testing for would not be like, you know, I would probably notice such a minor difference at this level that would need to be tested at a higher level to actually know if it's beneficial. At my level, you know, you wouldn't really fucking notice anything, I imagine. Like, I would not be able to distinguish the difference between using Grim and not using Grim at my current gearing. That's almost something that I feel like you would want to go test in softcore Kodachi. Like, that's just something you should just go test in softcore. Because you're not going to get valuable testing at my budget anyway. I don't think so, at least. Also, I don't even have a Grim Pillar to test it with, so... would have been another hurdle to overcome. Did we not go through the boss's chambers? Oh, are we going through? Nope, we bricked. Alright, the damage is starting to ramp. When it gets that pierce ramping, the damage just gets so crazy. I can't wait till I have Ons. Ons add so many frost walls down. Like, the amount of damage I'm going to get from a single, like, frost wall pierce is going to be so nice. Oh, yeah, and the only item I'd be able to ward on me right now. What's crazy, by the way, is, like, I do want to put, by the way, Kodachi, I did want to put ward on Skin of the Loyal. Look what it costs to put ward on Skin of the Loyal. I need 25,000 Verisium. Like, I forgot that yesterday I wanted to put ward on that. I wanted to Runeforge this, so I actually could have. Oh right, I wanted to use Powered by Verisium. I was gonna add Powered by Verisium to the build for Frostwall at one point, and I was gonna ward this so I could use Powered by Verisium. It is fucking 25k. How the fuck am I gonna get? Like, I don't do Expedition. I hate it, so I'm never, I'm never getting this. 25,000. I'm gonna have to do like a bunch of fucking Expedition. No. I don't want to. How much you got? Let's see how much I got. I probably have enough for you. I hate Expedition so much. I have 5,000 right now. Do I have the Medved Sun? I'm guessing it's that one. The one that I'm missing. I can give you 10k. I would take 10k for sure. Hey, what's up, Young? How you doing, man? Oh yeah, whenever I did get Verisium, I bought a bunch of low-level runes with it on my ult. I will match this, I will accept. And then, I'm sure I can get the sun thing I need at some point. But I'm pretty damn tanky. I'm at 10k energy shield. Look what Skin of the Loyal gives. It doubles my ES right now, and I'm only at 492 cold res. When, like, I need to get a Calandra's Touch so I can duplicate this ring. And that'll be big. But we need to get our ES. We can get our... If we get our cold res to, like, 700%, I'll be pushing, like, 13k ES, and then I should be good for, like, all content in the Hardcore League. Hey, what's up, Wintality? I'm doing good, bro. How are you? Yeah, I wouldn't want to ward the helmet. You get a lot of energy shield from helmet. If I had any ward on anything, it would be boots or gloves. I mean, obviously, I should get ward on Skin of the Loyal at some point. Whenever we get that last thing I need into the... All right, media sounds good. No rush because I don't even have the other thing anyway. I'm playing in a the THC Hardcore Private League, Mr. Wintality. What have you been up to? You still on your grind?
Need more time.
Is this map going to be one of those ones that's breaking the interaction? Let's see.
Sharp was dead.
There we go. Hey, what's up, Volt?
Need more time.
This map is breaking Frostball 2.
It's all.
It's doing the same thing that one map was doing. They're passing straight. You see that? They're passing straight through my my doodads. Damn, that's so annoying, man. This build's so fun, but like I don't know if I'm gonna be able to play it for like 5 days straight. If like look, they're just passing through them sometimes. What is causing that break? Interesting. And now it's not breaking. Let's keep that going. Alright, we got invisible balls now. We're on invisible mode. Alright, we're still chaining. We'll loop back for that. Breach. I want to keep the chain going. The grind for rock guys continues for me. Yeah, I need to get one too for this build. You're kind of done with PoE 2 for now? I mean, now's a good time to take a break. We are very close to 055. If you're planning on playing in 055, now is a good time for a break. You want snake bit with frostbolt, right? When you level, yes, but at this point you don't need it. When you have it Zeri's rule, you don't need frostbolt. But I leveled the character with frostbolt. Or with a snake bit. But at this point you don't need snake bit. At this point you just hold W. In trade, rituals can reach 1300 cold res? Yeah. I'm gonna get insane cold res at some point on this character. We are very budget right now. And the fact that we're this tanky with a absurd budget just means like whenever I can start crafting stuff or making some oh, we lost the loop. We finally lost the loop. Alright, we got the invisible balls now? Nope, we broke the loop. Never mind. Okay, continue the loop. Continue the loop. We've got invisible balls right now. The loop's still going. We're still infiniting. Everything's still dying. God damn it. I just broke the loop. I'll read chat in a sec, sorry guys. we broke the loot. We got invisible balls right now. We're still looping. Hey, Sarah, thanks for the prime, bro. The Ultimate Mirror reaction seems really cool. You know if it works on minion skills like Barasha or Frostbomb, Skeleton, Icebomb. Part of what makes it so consistent, I'm sure you can do it without Breachlord's Amalgam, but it has to be something you can put Breachlord's Amalgam to get this weird, like, very consistent infinite I'm doing. And it has to be a projectile. I don't know if half the stuff you listed would even function with it. The explosions from it are so strong, which is cool. Yeah, it's really cool. Question: if a mix is stronger than pure ES, a mix could be decent too, but it would not be in a hardcore private league. It would be much more easy and consistent to go pure cold res than doing cold lightning for EVES. Like, just from a crafting consistency standpoint, it would be significantly easier to just do cold res and just max our ES to like 20k or something. Would it be functionally better to do EVES with lightning cold res? If you had 3 grand spectrums, sure, but I don't think I'm gonna get 3 grand spectrums. Last time I checked, there wasn't even a single one on the hardcore trade league, so you know. In the hardcore trade league or hardcore private league, most certainly, just going pure cold res for ES scaling would be more. Help! Girl, we get it.
Now there's a nice surprise.
So minions are out. Oh, thank you, media. Ooh, hell yeah. Thank you, thank you. God, I gotta fix my tabs one day. There's this broken Adonia's wand tech that you can use on this staff to proc mirrors and other builds. Yeah. I mean, Adonia wand snapshots have existed for multiple patches now, and I've done many builds with Adonia's ego snapshotting. Half the shit you guys are suggesting is like, hey, are you playing in a softcore trade league with 2,000 plus divines? Then yeah, sure. But I'm in a hardcore private league that is essentially solo self-found, so if I don't have it, I'm not doing it. You know? We are largely SSF. Like, hell, the Amalgam, the Skin of the Loyal, and the Atziri rules were all 3 drops that I got myself, you know? This is a very unfortunate setup. Would this be good for you? Oh, sorry, I missed the last message. I think mine is currently, well, it's not bad, but mine's 3 sockets at 250%. An ideal one would be like, you know, overcorrupted. I need an overcorrupted one more than I would need like 7% crit damage bonus or sockets. But no, mine's 250. I got really lucky with mine. I wanted to overcorrupt, obviously. If we can get one that's like 300%, you know, that's be closer to 300, the better. Because really all we care about is boosting Widow Hail. Or excuse me, Drill Neck. The Drill Neck snapshot is what's doing all of our damage. Like everything is coming from snapshotting this, so increasing this is just good. Getting a perfect Drill Neck with a perfect Widow Hail, like if you're trying to maximize your DPS, that's what you go for. That's what you go for. Yeah, the Adonia's tech is stupid. If you can get 13 to 14 power charges, like I used it to make Thorns one-shot Uber Arbiter. So Adonia's like is the most. If you're doing an elemental skill, nothing gets you more damage than Adonia's ego snapshots. But I hate Adonia's ego at this point. I've done it too many times. Yeah, especially now with the weapon set 2 bugs, yep. Yep. This is how the build should always be, you know? This was my experience. This is why I was frustrated as fuck those first 2 maps. If you guys weren't here at the start of the stream, like, I was crashing out. Like, the first 2 maps I did on stream, like, the entire tech was just bricking. And I think it was just because those map layouts had just, like, shit that was, like, colliding with the skills and making it functionally break. But since then, it has been way more consistent and better. It still breaks every once in a while, but not like to the point of annoyance. Like I'm able to just walk through the maps 99% of the way, and then like every once in a while I have to recast. This is what happens, like this is what it should look like at all times, by the way. Just this swarm of frostballs chasing me. I really wish the visual bug didn't happen, because this is so fun to me. Like just having this army of frostballs chasing after you. When this happens though, where it's invisible, it's like, aw, it looks so cool. It's still working, you know, but it looks so cool when you have all those staffs, all those frostballs chasing you, you know? This is a fun build. I like goofy shit like this. It's crazy I got a Skin of the Loyal. Is Skin of the Loyal a global drop, or is it only off of Zhesht? Did I get really lucky with it dropping off of Zhesht, or is it a Zhesht drop? I had no idea what was happening when I first joined today. Just saw you walking and things exploding for no reason. Yeah, it's a weird build. Uber Arbiter, no problem. Fence, run. Pretty much. Is it a jet stop? Oh, I did not know that. Is it like a super rare drop from them, or is it like, you know, equal weight? We gotta get Pierce's ramping real quick. We really need that ons, and then it'll be... Oh, we bricked? Damn.
Need more time.
Old number says 0.4 now, or 0.4, now it says 6. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't done very many Zhesht kills this patch because of just how expensive Breach Lord stacks are. I want to say I've maybe done them like 20 to 50 times, tops. But yeah, I killed him yesterday, and or it was the day before yesterday, I think. And then I spent yesterday leveling. And I tried leveling with Skin of the Loyal at first, but didn't end up being like, it felt like inefficient, so I went back to Titan Rot until I got to, I think level 50 is when I swapped the Skin of the Loyal with Cold Res. Where is the bridge? Did we break? Nope, we didn't break yet. We're still chaining. Damn, you can get really far ahead of your shit.
I'm worthy for.
Did we break the loop? I think we broke the loop because of the trees. We're bricked.
Keep on track.
Varasha can level with skin. Well, Smith can level with skin too. Smith can level with skin really well, in my opinion. Because you just stack fire res, and then you get all 3 resistances. But then you can actually, with Smith and Katava, you can actually run tri-defenses. You can run EV, Armor, and ES. It's really overpowered. Because you just get literally fire res on every single piece of the Smith. And that, like, I think it's like half of the value of your fire res goes to EV and, lightning and cold res, and then you just get fire res on literally every single piece, and you overcap all 3. I think if you go to PoE Ninja and you sort by effective HP, the tankiest character in the league has like 10 million effective HP, and it's a Smith of Katava using Skin of the Loyal. Caltrek, do you happen to remember that cast on step build you had on one of the build of the weeks of the podcast? Cast on step? No, I don't remember it off the top of my head. I think we've like featured like, we've done like at least 40 builds of the week across the podcast, with like me and Miso doing like one almost every week. So there's probably been like 100 builds showcased on the podcast. So like, I can't remember off the top of my head, if I'm being honest. That's exactly why I didn't go Smith, and why I went Ritualist with my setup, is because the rest of the Ascendancy was kind of dog-ass. But even with Ritualist, the rest of the Ascendancy is kind of dog-ass too. I don't have my final Ascendancy points right now because I don't feel the need to get them right now. Though I should go get them soon. I would ask Miso, Dom. He might remember. Miso's got a really good memory of that shit. I should probably go get my Ascendancy, though. Oh, we lost the loot. We can definitely handle it right now, I think. Yeah, it's just charm shit. I'd be getting charm shit or movement speed. I specifically went Ritualist for one reason and one reason alone. It was for the triple ring for Skin of the Loyal. If you were wanting to, like, make this, like, if you were focusing on the Autobomber aspect of the build, you could play this Ascendancy on Gebling, Stormweaver, maybe. I think Stormweaver would be fun. Abyssal Lich would be crazy. Infernalist. I bet Infernals would be nutty with this setup. How do I win this map? I hate Viridian Wildwood so much. I always skip it. Get me the fuck out of the map. Yeah, but Virage is always OP, you know. I'm over Virage stuff. At this point, Virage is just like generically the best. I think I can handle T15s now. I don't know if I can handle juice T15s, but I think we can go to T15s. Yeah, I need to get Archmage. Archmage will increase my damage a lot. And then I'll swap to like mana stacking with it. Cast-ons would be cool, but I don't think I'm going to run cast-ons. Oh, I imagine this map's going to be obnoxious. Oh, this map's going to be awful for the loot. Now we're starting to get it going. Alright, we're good. Kind of. Alright, we're looping it now. We're good. Maybe. Lost it there, damn. Going down the elevation stuff is what's breaking it. I'm like 99.9% sure at this point. It's always weird things where it's like passing over stuff that has like different elevations. Something shifting like the y-axis of the skills or something. Or Z, whatever. Whichever they use. Interesting, the top brush and trade using skin is doing this build. Cool. I should check it out. I need to see how people are optimizing it. I did not know this was going to be an Autobomber when I set out on the build. I thought I was going to be hard casting Frostbolt into my mirrors. Like when I set out on this build, I did not know this Autobomber tech was a thing. What I thought I would be doing is just hard casting the Frostbolts as I was like running through the map. I didn't think it would be this this engine, so I need to like look up or experiment with how people are doing stuff. Problem is, I don't know if anyone's going to be doing it in a hardcore environment. Or many people, rather. I'm in a very limited optimization. We lost our loot. Yeah, dude. Like, it's like, look how this area is completely bricking the projectiles. They're going to space. Sometimes wherever you're standing, and the elevation just completely cuts the spell. It's really weird. Alright, we got invisible bombs going. We're good. Just hold W. Everything's dying. Just hold W. Just hold W. Who died?
That was almost a challenge.
Come on then, let's dance.
Scourge of the sea. Wait. Look at the prowess. Need a moment. Need fire.
Heal yourself.
Broke the loot. How did that one not break this dude? What the hell?
This will echo.
The knot is gone.
It's Fury!
No mana.
Yeah, it was definitely one of the more annoying maps. And the giant scorpion map boss is such a struggle. Still gives me a hard time. I think he's just a fucking annoying. I really don't like that boss. The burrow phase. Like, what triggers me the most is when he instantly goes into his burrow phase. It's like, brother, you could have like at least taken a swing at me. Oh, Sandpit might be a good map for testing. I really wish the visual bug never happened. When you have this army of frostbolts chasing you, it is so much more satisfying. When this part happens, it's really lame. I'm curious what causes the visual blick. There must be something with the looping of it that's causing like the code to just be like, oh, okay, this is looping, and if it keeps looping this way, it's going to cause serious lag, so we're removing the animation from it. Or it's just like just straight up a visual glitch from the skill not being expected to chain this infinitely. I have no idea. Are you using reduced presence to cluster the mirrors? I am in a hardcore private league that is essentially solo self-found, so I am not doing anything. I'm at level 86 on an absurd budget. I am not doing anything weird or crazy. This is a very simple version of the build. I am leaning into defenses to make sure I don't die on this character. I am not min-maxing it for quality of life or glass cannonness, you know. We are purely skin maxing right now. Purely skin maxing. Trying to make ourselves tanky. Everything about what we're doing is budget and bad. I think the Kulamak rings would help with that. I mean, again, I'm in a hardcore private league. Everything is solo self-found. I would have to go self-farm a Kulamak league in hardcore, where Kulamak is one of the most rippy bosses on the planet. So I'd have to be doing full Kulamak runs, all 4 phases, somehow not dying to him, and then farming enough Kulamak rings to hit a good one. Like, that ain't happening. Not in the private league. And not in hardcore either. Kulamak is one of the rippiest bosses. Yeah, Kulamak's super rippy. Like, I think if we had stats for this hardcore private league barrier, Kulamak is like one of the rippiest bosses in endgame. Of the pinnacles, I wouldn't be surprised if more people went into Kulamak not understanding how dangerous he was and died to him than any other boss. Obviously, Arbiter of Ash is the most rippiest, but I think a lot of people get caught off guard by Kulamak and how scary he is. When you actually have the frostbolts showing like this, there's no visual bug to it. This is an absurdly satisfying build. It's still fun to play when you lose the visual aspect of it, but I really like it when all of those frostbolts are flying around. It makes a big, like, fun difference, I guess. If that makes sense. Like, seeing this is fun. Like, I don't even have on Citadel for my Frost Wall. That's how limited we are in this private league, you know. I'm more just happy that we're able to actually do this build in hardcore. You know, I'm not really upset we can't min-max it. Like, this is clearly a build I want to go play in softcore, but I think it's kind of cool we're pulling this off in hardcore. I don't know. And also, if at any point this build gets like consistent good boss DPS and I'm pushing like 15k CES, then there is a world where I do farm Kulamak, right? Like, I'm not saying it's impossible, but on this current character where I'm still like, I'm literally about 24, like I probably made the character around this time yesterday. Like, I haven't even been playing the build a full day, so like, pinnacle bosses and farming them and all that stuff, you know, that's... We're too early for that. We're still, you know, figuring things out. We're going to have a league 0.6, or are they going straight for 1.0 till the end of the year? We're going to have a, like, little, like, event league coming up. It's called 055. It's getting announced, and its details are getting revealed at Gamescom, I think. But 1.0 is end of the year. There's no 0.6. It'll be a mini league type thing. With balance changes in it and stuff, but... Hope GTA won't make them delay, nah. I'm not ready for that, in my opinion. Will you make a build guide for this build, considering playing it in the event league? I don't know. I don't know why. I don't feel comfortable making hardcore build guides, even though this could be played in softcore, right? It's a hardcore build, and like I don't feel like, for some reason, like I've made 2 really good hardcore builds. The Shield Charge Chronomancer was probably the best hardcore build ever made. And then the Culling Strike build I did was really good too. But I don't know, I just didn't feel like making guides for them. It feels weird making... I don't know, I feel weird about making hardcore build guides right now. And because this was made in hardcore, I'd be showing off a build that wasn't fully made for softcore. So that's like where my like hung up is. It's like this was made for hardcore, but would I be making it a softcore build guide? But I've optimized it for hardcore. So do I need to go set it up on softcore to give you like a proper like it's I don't know what to do. So like my Culling Strike Witch Hunter is level 97. He was definitely a viable with 100+K effective HP. Like he was definitely a good hardcore build and was worthy of a guide, but I don't know why. I don't feel like I'm qualified to make hardcore build guides yet. But it's because this is a hardcore build. it feels weird to make a softcore build guide for it. But there are plenty of, like, Lazy Exile, apparently. I haven't watched her video for it yet, but apparently Lazy Exile did a version of this build for AFK Simulacrum, so there are build guides out there. But I could talk about the tech. It just depends on how many people have already covered the tech, because there could already be good tech showcases. I need to go watch Lazy Exile's video. I had not seen this tech until, basically yesterday. Legitimately, I was leveling this character, not knowing about the drill neck stuff. I was leveling it just planning on hard casting Frostbolt into the mirrors and just, like, doing some weird, like, left-click splam build. But when I started, like, look at how people were itemizing, Frostbolt with Breachlord's Amalgam and Atziri's Rule on Poe Ninja, I saw, like, 50 builds at the top that were all using this Drill Neck Widowhail clip on it. And I didn't understand for the longest time until I got level 55 and put them on. I was like, oh, it's snapshotting, and it's giga scaling its damage. I had no idea that was what the build was going to become, and then it ended up being like an Autobomber. So yeah, when I set off on this build, I didn't know people were doing this Widowhail drill neck tech until I looked them up on PoE Ninja and saw everybody just, like, there's like 50 builds using this. Majestic Life also has a guide. Oh, cool. I'll have to check that out. I like Majestic. He's cool. Pretty sure I've seen a lot of his builds before. Yeah, I mean, there's enough people on PoE Ninja using the setup that there is certainly people who have covered the tech before. I don't know if people have done it exactly how I'm doing with Skin of the Loyal on a Ritualist, but this tech is very clearly not something that's new. Because there wouldn't have been that many people on Ninja using the bow. Like, I saw enough people using this bow plus quiver to combo that was like, okay, let's try it out and see what's happening. And not everyone is using Frostbolt with the setup, by the way. Some people are using other skills. So if you didn't want to use Frostbolt, I'm sure there's other things that might work. I'm not sure what's best. I had already been leveling with Frostbolt, though. That's why I just kind of kept with it. I mean, I could probably do a guide at some point, but that's why I never made a guide for my first Witch Hunter, despite him being, like, level 97 in hardcore. I get self-conscious about guides sometimes. Their build stacks recoup shield life mana for defenses. Yeah, I'm not doing that in the hardcore private league. I think I was right on... I think I made the right call when I got my Skin of the Loyal for it to be my main defensive layer on the Ritualist, because... I mean, the fact that I have 10... Like, this gear is really dog shit. I can't... This gear is really fucking bad. So the fact that I have 10k ES already... I think I made the right call for the hardcore private league to do this on a Ritualist. If you were min-maxing this, I would say Infernalist, Gemling... One of those two for sure. I think if you're doing this on an Infernalist and you did low life cheese, you could get insane damage with it. Like, if you're trying to get the best possible DPS for this build, I would do this on an Infernalist with low life tech. And it would be fucking doing so much DPS on an Infernalist. It would be doing insane damage on an Infernalist. Gemling would be really good too, though. But Gemling is like, you know, generic, the best thing right now, you know? For basically 90% of builds. Ooh, I love Confluence. This is going to be a really fun map for the build. I love big open areas. I really wish the visual bug didn't happen, though. It looks so cool when all the frostbolts are chasing you. Chaos Orbs are actually a commodity at this point. It's funny, Chaos Orbs started to go down in price, but because so many people have died or quit playing the private league, Chaos Orbs are starting to, like, skyrocket in price. God, Rogue Exiles are an absolute joy to play against. Alright, we keep walking. Let's keep walking. Let's keep walking. Everything's popping. Let's keep walking. This build's fun. Oh, I just broke the snapshot. Sometimes the projectiles go on a wild ride. Damn. When the build is working, it works. Like, this is a really, like, I did not know I was making an Autobomber. I thought I was going to be just casting Frostball like a dork, and I didn't think the build was going to be good. I assumed the damage would, like, fall off at some point. But this drill neck snapshot is very powerful. Hey, what's up, Sid Vicious? How you doing, bro? Our Autobomber's too powerful. We're breaking the game. Give me that tink. TJ looks good. Everyone seems to be playing. It was a lot of fun. It was probably my favorite experience in PoE 2. Like the first 2 weeks of it. Like obviously at this point, a lot of people are quitting. The activity's a lot lower. You still see people in the general chat and still see like the rips happening and stuff. But the first 2 weeks of the league were the most fun I've ever had in this game. Hey, what's up, C-Dube? Are the mirrors snapshotting the damage from your frostbolt? No, it's the quiver. Well, kind of, yes. It's a combination of the two, yes. As long as that first cast is replicated by mirrors, yes, it is continuing to snapshot it, yes. I don't think we're gonna be able to go through. Usually when we go through boss areas, it bricks, yeah. Once we have the on Citadel, our damage is going to be so much better. We're just doing bad DPS for a lot of reasons right now. I think I'm only using a level 18 gem, by the way. Like, I don't have perfect jeweler orbs. Like, I'm so starved right now. I probably need to go farm on my main for a day so I can get a bunch of, like, perfect jewelers and currencies for this character. But what happened was I had made a... So I did reroll to a martial artist. I wanted to do a Culling Strike, Flicker Strike build on a martial artist. And I spent, like, all of my divine on him. So I'm, like, completely out of currency. Like, I went hard on him, like, just getting him geared out and stuff, because I didn't want him to rip. This build was fun. It felt like it was inevitably, like, to play it the way I wanted to play it, I had to make it, like, a little too squishy. Especially on a budget. Let me find a good map to showcase this build on. But I was playing this character, and I spent, like, 75 divine on him, like, getting him fully online. And then I got the gear for the ritualist, and I was like, oh, I want to play these items instead. So I re-rolled with nothing. But this was the character I was playing. This is where all my divines went, was into this character. But then on this character, I got the stuff for the Aziri's rule and the Breachor Amalgam and stuff. Like, I got all that while playing this character. I was like, oh, I'm not really liking this character. Flicker Strike kind of sucks. I like Killing Palm, but I don't like Flicker Strike. So I re-rolled. This is where all my divine went, was into this character. And you can get some crazy chains. Like that. But as you can see, the build is, you know, rippable with all the warping you do. But this was the character I was playing before I made the Autobomber, and I got the gear for the Autobomber. But this is why I'm so broke, is because I've made 2 characters in 2 days, and I've spent all my currency across both of them. But I like Killing Palm Flicker Strike. I'm using... So the reason why I made this character is I was looking at the Way of the Fist or whatever uniques, and I saw on Deathblow specifically, it gave you more global evasion and energy shield. And that's all I saw. I was like, oh, if I did EVES and I used these gloves to increase my culling threshold to make Killing Palm work better, and I just EVES, maybe this more global EVES would have led to me being very, very tanky. And on the itemization I'm currently using, it didn't end up leading to be very tanky while using Myris Uxor, and yeah. But that's why I leveled this character, because specifically when I looked at this item here, I saw it gave more global, and I was like, oh man, maybe it will be tanky. And it's not. I could probably get it tankier, and the killing palm aspect of it is fun, but without having Giga crit, the single target just wasn't good enough. And I just got baited by the Aziri rule build. This build is clearly fun and cool though. Like, you get some Giga chains. But yeah, this was why I'm broke, is because this character has all my divine, and I'm no longer playing him. He's fun, though. I love killing Palm, McCall. It's so fun. You just, like, fly through everything. I have to say that you are still doing new builds is kind of insane. I'm pretty burnt out at this point. So, there's a, like... Yes, it is insane. I'm not trying to defend my addiction. I should not be playing this game at this point. But there is an item like Aziri's Rule. It's an item people have made many builds for. And in softcore, as cool as this is, it's not enough to want me to play it. But because I'm in hardcore with a limited economy, it's cool enough for hardcore. It's not cool enough for softcore in my head, if that makes sense. Like, so there's like a tier of builds that I've never bothered with because they didn't interest me enough, that do have enough interesting aspects to them in hardcore that I'm still willing to play them. Like, I would have never messed with Aziri's Rule or that Culling Strike staff I used on my Witch Hunter on the main league. I don't think. So, like, I agree that it's crazy that I'm playing this much. That sucks. But it's like there's a new tier of builds that I'm playing with that I never even considered playing within the softcore league. I wanted to do Aziri World Work 2 in softcore, especially with the bug where the offhand effect still happens. So you have the... Yeah, I didn't want to do that. For some reason, I don't want to use that bug, just because, like, I know it's getting hot fixed out. But yeah, that bug's sick. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. If I didn't get this staff as a drop yesterday with the Breach Lord's Amalgam, like, this was just, like, the game picking the build for me, you know? I didn't pick this build. I got all of the drops for it yesterday. I just broke the loop, shit. Yep, Horror Spy Swab, even better for killing Palm, not on Martial Artists. That is incorrect when you're playing Martial Artists. The Martial Artist version of Horror's Flight changes the effect on the gloves, so... Nope. Would not do that on that build. Horror's Flight on Martial Artist is insane for a Horror's Flight Martial Artist build, but not a Culling Strike build, you know. I think I see Horror's Flight being used in martial artist builds just for the global defenses, but a lot of people do use it for the area of effect. But for specifically a Culling Strike build, that was what it was, Horror's Flight did not fit. And I know because I tried. So I didn't think it was going to change the effect of the buff it gives you. But I believe it changes the buff to, I think it's 10% culling strike threshold to like 10% area of effect with attacks. So you end up getting insane AoE on attacks using them, but the reason I needed the glow, I mean, I do need the culling strike threshold on the death glow to be able to
Clean kill.
get the easy pulls. Oh, we lost the loot. There we go. Holy crap! He got blown up. Damn. He's standing against that wall, and all of the ice walls collided in, all the frost walls collided into him, and it giga bursted him. Watch. Like right here, where I'm mousing. You're gonna see all the frost walls collide with that wall. It's gonna burst the fuck out of him. They're gonna come all ricocheting down to me, and then just machine gun him down. That was cool. Once they all loop back towards me when I run down here, which I didn't position that way intentionally to like fling them all into him like that, but it ended up being a cool burst. That was cool. Who messaged me? Oops.
That was almost a challenge.
I love it when you can see the frost bolts. I hate when the visual bug happens, because this is so much more fun when you have this like wave of like bullets just traveling behind you. It's really sad when the visual bug happens. It just feels so much more cool when you have these like, it's like an army of UFOs flying behind you almost. It reminds me of like almost like having the brood swarms from StarCraft that just like flew into things. Alright, let's see if we can handle this fight. She's in a scary spot. I almost want to just like abort this fight because that was gonna happen. That was gonna happen. Not letting her kill me. Not on this character. I still have more stuff I want to try out on it. I hate her so much. Did you see how deep she put me in there, by the way? Look at that. Look how deep, like, there was no way I was getting out of that. I was trying to get her out of that corner because I wasn't able to shotgun her with my balls. And then, like, look where I'm at when she puts this down. Dude. Are you kidding? Look how far I had to go. I could have maybe gotten the extra dodge roll off, but I wasn't risking it. It would have been really tight. I genuinely have PTSD for her. I'm never letting this idiot kill me again. What a stupid fucking, like, the fact that the walls can land on you to block the dodge roll, but yes, I do have genuine PTSD from her. She's rippy, man. She kills so many people in hardcore. Look how long her tunnel is and how far deep I'm into it. I don't know if I could have gotten out of this. Like, I'm here, I have to get all the way to, like, here. The next dodge roll might... I don't know if I was going to live that, you guys. That would have been tight. That would have been a tight timing. Yeah, I've been skipping raised fields for that reason. That's why I should have corrupted the map. I don't know if I have Val Orbs, though. That'll re-roll the map. We'll just start doing that. We'll never do a raised fields again, boys. Permanent PTSD. Well, I only died to it once, but I almost died to it twice. The exact same way, where my dodge roll got stuck on the wall. And it was the second time I fought her after the first time I died. It was like, oh, okay, so this is just going to be a theme. And then since then, I've just, yeah. I don't fuck with her anymore. She's not nice. Alright, let's get a loop going. Here we go. Go, my frost orbs. Fly. Any reason to do it on the Ritualist? Oh, Skin of the Loyal. Also, it blows my mind in general how people, like, still sleep on Ritualists. Like, you don't need a reason ever to play Ritualist. The double rings and the 25% increased bonus to amulets and rings is, like, overpowered for basically every fucking build out there. I genuinely, like, think, like, people just still, like... You should never have to ask why Ritualist. Or is there a reason to do it on Ritualist? Yes, Ritualist makes every build overpowered when you abuse 3 rings, no matter how you're setting it up. Even if I wasn't doing Skin of the Loyal, there would be a way to just abuse the 3 rings and the 25% increased amulet effect. Especially when you take into account that you can get +4 skills on amulets now. That 25% increased effect makes it +5. I mean, that's just the problem with Ritualists, like, in general. But there are a lot of Ascendancies out there that are like that. Like, Smith of Katava is another one where half the Ascendancy is just dog shit. But I'm playing Skin of the Loyal. I've got 500% cold res because of 3 rings. And I'm not even using a Calandra's Touch with good rings, so... I went Ritualist for 3 rings, or for the Skin of the Loyal maxing, but like... Even if I wasn't doing Skin of the Loyal, there would have been infinite value out of the 3 rings either way. Just increasing cold damage, cast speed, yada, yada, yada. Like, Ritualist is... I genuinely think Ritualist is top 3 Ascendancy in the game. But yes, it doesn't feel good having half an Ascendancy useless. I have only done 2 of my Ascendancy points. Oh, that was cool. Anytime you get them next to a wall, it shotguns them down. Let's watch that. So she, like, repositioned herself down by the bleachers, and that's like a wall in the game. In the arenas files, and all of these come, like, just slamming into her and just explode. That's fun. I think once we get some more interesting... I mean, they've been talking about a charm rework since 0.2. I've been waiting to do a Bijouborn build since 0.2. So... Why the Widowheld Jolnek instead of Runeseeker for skill points? I don't think people realize, like, I'm playing in a hardcore private league. But I'm just gonna say, like, I don't, like, I'm getting, like, I'm not a good streamer because I get super annoyed at the repeat questions, and it's not his fault for saying that. But the people who have been here all day, I have explained that I am in a hardcore private league with nothing on it. With no currency. Like, I can't just get a Rune Seeker's Call willy-nilly, you know? I need to find a way I can put, like, a text on the screen or something that's just like, I'm in a hardcore private league. I can't do fancy stuff. Because every 2 seconds there's a comment that's like, why aren't you doing this absurdly expensive tech that cost a 2,000 divine in the standard league? It's like, well, I'm in a hardcore private league. Headland Lost Hours? Sure. Oh, this must be under that thing? Yeah, I'm in a hardcore private league. And I don't think... And just to counter your point, like, you don't understand what's going on with the Widowhail drill neck tech. This is an insane snapshot. Like, I wouldn't just, like... You wouldn't just be slapping in Rune Seeker's Call for +6 skill levels and just being like, it's better. Like, no, it would be considerably worse doing that on my current setup. Was trying to understand what this Widowhead drill neck does. It's probably a bug, Thorn, which is why you're not thinking about how it works. But read the bottom line. Projectiles deal 61% increased damage with hits for each time they have pierced. This is snapshotting and becoming insane when you stack it with Frost Walls. It is just like... Oops, I didn't mean to go into that. But it's just... Unless, like... It's hard to explain the math of snapshotting. But it's infinitely scaling its damage and getting 100% critical hit chance with the setup. And it's snapshotting the damage. Like, it's insane damage. There's no way I could just be like... I'm not good at math, so I can't just, like, present some formulas to you that'll explain it to you. It's just a snapshot tech. And the snapshot is generating way, way more damage than the skill levels, essentially. Is the simplest way I can explain it. That's just the way I understand it. Like, I can't explain it better than that because I don't know the math behind it. I don't know how hard it's ramping it, but it is... This tech is... It's stupid. It's snapshotting, you know. Did you see the RMT stream with 60 fake viewers? So cringe. RMT stream? What is an RMT stream? I'm not surprised, though. View bottering has been a thing on Twitch since 2012, basically. I'm honestly surprised view botting in general is not bigger in PoE 2. I had a plan. What was I going to do? Oh, I need to get breach stuff. Sorry, Thorn, if I was a little bit short with you. I got to get better at doing these long streams with repeat questions. I don't know how Rabbit does it. He's very patient with the chat, and you weren't, like, asking anything out of pocket. I'm just annoyed at answering it 30 times. But I should be expecting those kind of questions when you're doing something weird and new on stream. So, I don't know. It's a me thing. I got to get my mentality fixed when I'm streaming, I guess. Because I shouldn't be getting annoyed at explaining things to people, especially when they're not like... Yeah, you get what I'm saying. How do you make the revelatory womb gifts again? You just gotta right-click them? Oh, that's right. I know there was some stupid way you do it. Why is that the case, man? That's so annoying. Yeah, I forgot you had to restack. You can also just drag 2 stacks of 300 on top of each other? Really? Oh, look at that. Cool. Alright, I'm out of high blood, but I got a good back stock of breach stones now. We got 6 of them. Put the 300 in your Ainge, and then you can get them at level 65. It costs less Hive Bud. Is your Ainge for a price no one would pay? Cancel it. I'm in a hardcore private league. There's nobody trading for those things. I'm guessing it's a bug since Splinter's auto make at Sim 300. Oh, that's probably true. You're right. You're right. This should reveal... Oh, we need to relog. This should reveal a Rocky House foe. Put in your aim sound such. Yeah, it sounds like someone's trying to snipe my Splinters on this private league. Sounds like someone's trying to bait me. Where was I? Right here? Alright, so we got a dig site. I am not doing a dig site. We got a steaming dump and a creek. We can do the steaming dump and the creek. Dig site, I will corrupt it if it's there, though. I just came from the podcast. All good, bro. All good, bro. I was trolling anyway. If someone snipes them at one... Yeah, I mean, yeah. I'm in a hardcore private league, though. So... there's not much trading going on at this point. Not only is it a hardcore private league, but we're like 2 weeks, I think, into the private league. So like a lot of people have quit. Activity's kind of dead. So there's probably no one trying to snipe anyway. What do you think they're going to announce at Gamescom? Arcane Archer. And they're going to give the release date for the reset league that you can play Arcane Archer in. So keep in mind, GGG has like, this is Gamescom. This isn't ExileCon, and this isn't their reveal stream. This isn't a 2-hour plus presentation that we're normally used to. This is going to be a 3-minute trailer. If it was longer than 5 minutes of airtime, I would be shocked. It's going to be some guy going, and here is the reveal trailer for Path of Exile 2's next patch, 055. And it's going to play a trailer of Arcane Archer with a new league mechanic. Like, that is what's happening, I assume. It's not going to be, like, you know, any panels or, like, long conversations. So, because of that, I can't expect anything crazy. It's not like they're announcing a new weapon or anything like that, you know? We're going to get Arcane Archer, which is the last Ranger Ascendancy, and we might get the last Druid Ascendancy. I don't remember what the last Druid Ascendancy is, but all they're doing at Gamescom is announcing 055. I don't think they're even going to tease anything for ExileCon at Gamescom. I think Gamescom is going to be almost exclusively 055 stuff. We know GGG's at Gamescom, and they have a booth there. But I think, like, you might get some new campaign zone. Like, maybe they tease Act 5, but that will only be for the people that are playing there. That's my expectations. But, you know, I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure, you know. Pure speculation. Dead Rabbit's going to be there, so... we'll be able to, and we're doing, so Dead Rabbit's going to be at Gamescom. Okay, first of all, by the way, for those that watch the podcast, this Thursday, it looks like we're going to be doing an episode this Thursday. We are thinking about delaying till Saturday because Rabbit's on vacation, but we're going to be doing an episode this Thursday. Rabbit's going to be missing. We're going to have 2 guests. We're going to have Blazeworks TV and Alcohol, both on with me and Miso. This week's going to be a little extra... it's like a special double guest episode that's going to be really silly and fun, I imagine. And we're going to be talking about Blaze and his hardcore journey. And then, of course, talking about Alcohol with all the videos he's been making lately and his addiction to PoE 2 and whatnot. But yeah, so this Thursday is going to be no Rabbit. It's going to have me, Miso, and Blazeworks and Alcohol. The week after that, though... Dead Rabbit's going to Gamescom, but we're going to be doing the podcast, like, he's going to Gamescom in the morning, he's going to come home, and then we're going to do the podcast when he's back from Gamescom. So that was a long, weird rant about talking about Dead Rabbit, but what I wanted to say was the podcast after Gamescom, we're going to be talking about everything he sees at Gamescom, so that's going to be really fun. Sometimes, man, sometimes I take the long way to say something so easy. Now, so you see how the damage starts to ramp? That's because of all the times it's pierced at this point. Which makes this, like, it's a really fun style. Once I have Rocky out of flow, I imagine the damage is going to be crazy. I say for Temporalis, for its Zeri roll, I was sad when I found out its minus clump, it doesn't affect melee or spawn rate. Yeah, there are some things like that where Temporalis doesn't affect those cool interactions. I've had that happen twice now. You're still hoping for too much, I think. At best, it will be a teaser not showing anything new, saying 1.0 is coming. So GGG has specifically said that for 055, they wanted both Arcane Archer and the missing Druid Ascendancy in it. Obviously, GGG is known to overhype and underdeliver a few times with their announcements. But I would not be assuming this if they had not said that they wanted those classes in for 055. If they hadn't said that, and they said that a long time ago too, so like their plan has been to use them for a while. That's why I think that. Of course, GGG could, like, you know, if the patch isn't ready, then not. But, oh, also, in a tweet recently, they did say that they are announcing the 055 stuff at Gamescom. So I don't think it's just going to be like a 1.0 trailer. Maybe it could be. If it is, that's fine. But either way, like, we know 055 is coming a few weeks after Gamescom. So I think it's safe to assume the 055, the Gamescom announcement is announcing stuff coming in 055. Like, maybe the trailer is aimed fully at 1.0 to hype 1.0, but we're definitely getting 055 information from the Gamescom stuff. Because they've already, like, kind of confirmed that. Not in the 3-minute teaser? Possibly. It would make sense for GGG at Gamescom, like, from a marketing standpoint. If you have Gamescom, what would you rather promote with your trailer? 1.0 or 055? Like, from that perspective, I think you're absolutely right. If GGG's wanting to do a 1.0 trailer here, sure. But I assume they want to do a 1.0 trailer for their own official live stream. I find it weird they would do an official, like, maybe they do, like, a campaign update trailer, but a 1.0 trailer, they want to save that for their official live stream. Is how I would assume. But, you know, it could go either way. I think it's pretty... I think it's pretty likely we're getting 055 stuff, though, in the trailer, but we shall see. If Arcane Archer doesn't look like a magic archer from Dragon's Dogma, I don't want it. I have no idea what it'll look like. They have done that before, though, Ophoris. They have used like these events to tease micro things before, you know. I agree with you that the logic of with 1.0 around the corner, it would make sense for 1.0 to be the trailer, but they also might not have that trailer ready yet because they have been working on 055 right now and not 1.0, so it just depends. It could be both. It could be one, it could be either, who knows. I do agree. It would be very weird for it to be a 055 specific trailer. It might be a trailer with some, like, 055 stuff in it towards the end of it, but if it was purely a 055 trailer that was, like, 3 minutes long, I agree. That's probably not the case. It's probably teasing definitely different stuff. That is a fair point, for sure. Hey, what's up, Skadoosh? How you been, bro? I'm doing good. Still alive and kicking and playing the hardcore private league. Those are fair points. Do you think they'll also look at the other older ascendancies that aren't as peak and modern for 0.5? Yeah, I think so. 0.55, I think so. I mean, that... in my reality, Ophrys, like, to me, if we got 1.0 teasers, like, I don't need anything teased for 0.55, right? That's around the corner. If nothing got teased for that, I am okay, right? Because we're going to get those teasers the next day. It's a much more hype world if they're teasing 1.0 stuff, you know? So in your world, I'm not let down. I'm actually more hyped, so, you know... if we end up getting 1.0 announced stuff, like, that's more exciting to me than 0.55. Like, I kind of know what's coming in 0.55. It's balance changes, you know? Like, who cares? Like, we don't need a big 3-minute reveal for that. The thing that would be cool to tease would be, like, the classy, right? Obviously. But no, I think 0.55, like, people are expecting 0.55 to have a lot of fresh new content. I am not expecting any fresh new content for 0.55. I am expecting for only balance changes. Like, it's going to be 80% balance changes with, like, some weird pseudo league mechanic, but I'm expecting ascendancy rebalances and stuff. Like, if there's 0 new content, I would not be upset. I want them to make the game as good and as balanced for 1.0 as possible. I don't care about even if my experience sucks in 0.55. I want, when 1.0 hits, and all of the new people from free-to-play play the game, I want them to have as good experience as possible. I want them to use 0.55 to make the game as balanced and as good as possible. So if there's no new content, it's just a balance pass, that's fine for me. GGG thinks that people don't come if there isn't content, so there will be new uniques, and there will be a new ascendancy probably, but it's not going to have like a league mechanic or a bunch of new stuff attached to it. Hey, what's up, Kenda? Wait, new build? Did you rip? Nope. I have 3 characters alive in endgame right now. No rip. Our loop broke? Well, no, I didn't die. I still have all my characters alive. Well, I mean, what you're describing is a 1.0 teaser, Ophrys. Like, teasing any future content that's coming in 1.0, that's a, you know, that's a 1.0 teaser. They're not just going to release some generic like, there's not going to, like, I think you are trying to underhype yourself too much, my friend. You are, like, GGG is not just going to, like, do a 3-minute trailer that's not, like, nothing. It's going to be attached to 1.0 or 0.55 at Gamescom. Like, I understand wanting to keep expectations low, but you're trying to prevent yourself from getting... you've been through some stuff, brother. And you've got some PTSD from overhyping yourself. I've been there. I've been there. I think you can expect a 0.55 or 1.0 hype, though. I think that's a little bit... I think that's safe to say. But yes, I get where you're coming from. But yeah, I still have my characters, Kenda. I still have all 3 alive. Well, I never showed the martial artist on stream, but nothing's died. I got, specifically, 2 days ago when I was farming currency on my main, I got a Skin of the Loyal, I got Breach Lord's Amalgam, and I got Itziri's Rule, like, all within an hour of each other. Like, literally, I went and did the double boss that drops the breach sack for the amalgam. I went and did Zhesht, got Skin of the Loyal. I did one map that had a temple, and I went and did temple, and I got Etziri's Rule. So within an hour, I got all 3 of those items, and it was like God came down from above and was like, Kal Torak, make an Etziri Rule, Breach Lord Amalgam, Skin of the Loyal build. And I was like, okay. So, we didn't die. I just got inspired by ground loot. Inspired by the ground loot. I don't know if we can handle a fortress. I'm kind of interested. We might have to log out of it. I don't know if we got the damage. We'll see. So I've never played PoE 1. There are golems in that game. Which class did they come with? It's called Elementalist. It's called Elementalist. That class does not exist in this game. And honestly, I don't know if golems would ever exist in PoE 2 like they exist in PoE 1. Golems in PoE 1 are fucking insane. Like, imagine if... Like, golems are just overpowered muster. Like, golems are crazy. If they got introduced, I could see it being added through, like, a Stormweaver alt ascendancy. You know how, like, you have Abyssal Lich? You can make Stormweaver into an Elementalist that has the golems, but, yeah, they do not exist in the game. Golems are just, like, weird aura buffs, almost. They're very powerful. But they do not exist currently. In any... Like, there are some ways you can get buffs via minions, but not like the way the golems worked. And especially with, like, I think they eventually nerfed it, but you could, like, at one point double up on the golems. I wonder if we can full AFK here. I don't think we'll be able to full AFK, but let's try. Alright, we got invisible balls. That makes us scary. I'm scared of invisible balls because I can't tell if our loot breaks. I just have to, like, listen for the chinks. And if I'm ever swarmed by enemies, you know, it's game over. We're still looping. We lost the loop. We lost the loop. We're still looping. The Autobomber continues. Engaging gameplay. Engaging. We are amazing. Look at us go. The no hands gameplay. his works pretty good. We actually AFK, like, we had to recast once or twice.
I'll have to stay behind.
Guys, is this the vision?
Escape.
I mean, it's peak visual clarity, so there's, you know, we got good vision in that aspect. All right, let's see if we can get out of here fast. Oh, we lost our loot. Lost our loop again. When we get too close to walls, the loop can break. I hate getting out of the breach hives, man. Why did GGG think, you know what would make... Somebody said this at this company. You know what would make these hive fortresses fun? If when they're done, we closed off 11 of the 12 exits, and they had to just kind of guess and hope they can find the right one first and make it this weird guessing game. Like, somebody, this was something that somebody pitched, and then other people were like, yeah, that sounds fun, dude, let's do it. Like, why can't I just walk out the fucking front? What challenge does this add looking for the way to escape? None. And now I have to go up? We gotta do a long route out of here. Holy shit. This is a long way out. Is this not the Wisp Bomber? Wisp Bomber? What's a Wisp Bomber? Oh, are you talking about like the that Autobomber that the new Huntress Ascendancy was doing? With the flowers or the feathers or whatever? This is not that. No, I'm on a ritualist. This is an Exile rule Autobomber. The one you made a ball back? Oh, the blue bombing Abyssal Lich. No, this isn't even, no, this is different from that too. I've never played this before. This is Exili's rule. I've never played with Exili's rule before. It's a... I've never played a setup like this at all, to be honest. This is a very different archetype for me. I understand the idea of having to run away from a stressful moment, but there is tons better ways to do it. Agreed. Agreed. Yes. And I wouldn't, like... If it was better telegraphed as to, like, which way I had to go, I would be less annoyed by it. The reason why I get annoyed by it, it's like, okay, I'm gonna check this exit. Okay, it wasn't this one. I'm gonna check this exit. Okay, it wasn't this one. Okay, I'm gonna check this exit. Like, that's the annoying part. If it was more telegraphed as to which route you had to take to get out, I would probably be less frustrated doing it every time. But it's always just that annoying guessing game. And honestly, it doesn't add any challenge to it, you know? I wouldn't say it's adding anything. I haven't touched one Grand Expedition. I've tried doing the Expedition quest chain in this hardcore private league, and I've, like, done 2 bosses of it. I can't stand Expedition. Like, I know I get a little bit memey with the Expedition hate, but... I genuinely am miserable when I'm doing Expedition. Like, there's nothing for me that's less fun in this game, and that's fine. I can avoid it in future leagues. The problem is, it's the main league mechanic this time around, and it has permanent player power behind it. Is there any permanent player power behind Breach, Delirium, Abyss? No. Nobody is ever forced to do those for permanent player power, but if you want permanent player power, you're forced to do that awful mechanic, and I think that is just really lame, personally. But for the people that love Expedition, I'm sure, you know... Wait, what? Permanent player power? You can get permanent player power from Expedition. You can get... There's like 5% increased spirit, or like, what is it? 10 spirit, 5% max life, max mana. Is one of them like a passive point or something? I can't remember. I've never actually gotten one of the permanent player buffs because I don't do Expedition, so I don't remember what any of them are. Temple does have limbs. Temple is a little different, though. It is a... Temple, okay, that's a good point, though, Kendo. I think Temple is a good example of a permanent player buff that is implemented in an okay way. It isn't even that hard to get limbs, right? You do enough Temple, you can get limbs online, right? But for the boons, the amount of effort and work that takes to get those, and just the pure RNG of it, it's crazy. And the fact that you have to choose between all 4 of them at once, or something that sells for potentially 300 divine, that's just crazy to me. But Temple is a good example of a player power buff attached to a league mechanic. Is it for the Fork quest? No, the Fork is different. Fork is a completely different thing. Fork is a very different thing. And Fork, I'm fine with. Fork is cool. That's the kind of stuff that these league mechanics should have attached behind them. The thing about Fork is, you can trade Fork. You can't trade the permanent player boons. Which I don't think you should be able to. They just seem to be easier to get. And I don't even think they should be easy to get. If they're hard to get, that's fine. But right now, the effort that has to go in to get them is a bit too extreme, in my opinion. Which league mechanic do you recommend to go after for once in maps and have some Atlas passives? I mean, it depends on if you're playing, like, Trade League or Hardcore Solo Self-Found or whatever. Like, that always will... And your build can dictate that. You can never, ever, ever, ever go wrong with Abyss. Especially if you're self-crafting your own gear. I don't see a world where I don't go Abyss first every league. Like, Abyss crafting and Abyss mats are so powerful, so important for your itemization, but also just have permanent value. So I feel like if you had to pick one to do, unless your build was, like, enabled specifically by a specific unique that you needed from a pinnacle boss,
I need a moment to prepare.
I would say Abyss or Breach are the obvious ones. But Abyss crafting, I mean, Ritual is very good too. Ritual crafting is super important, and Ritual omens are very important, but, like, Abyss is just... Abyss has value on bad gear. Whereas, like, you're not going to use an Omen of Whittling, an Omen of Light, you know, any of the Dextral Annulment stuff. You're not going to use that on bad gear. Abyss crafting is valuable always. So, just Abyss is just... Abyss crafting is very good. You're just... The people always need Abyss mats.
Hold on.
People always need Abyss mats.
Hold on.
was thinking about going Bristol and Breachers. That's exactly what I did in this league. I did a little bit of the base passives first, to where I can start farming essences. By the way, I am not the person you should generally be taking advice from this stuff. This is all still kind of new to me, trying to navigate a solo self-found type atmosphere. But what I did was I did a little bit of the main points, then I went and got Abyss and Breach. And after that, I went and got Delirium for the Anoint. And then after that, I did Ritual. I think, depending on your build, you could mix in Temple someplace in there, but Temple, I would say, is like a more of a higher level thing in terms of value. Abyss and Breach crafting have value in both the mid and late game. So, to me, Abyss is just like the no-brainer. I think that's pretty spot on. Only play hardcore trade and hardcore solo self-found. Abyss is rippy, though, if you don't have the defensive early. Yes, that is a fair point. Abyss is very rippy. Most of my mapping on my Juice character, whenever I'm like just like doing fully modded maps and I'm blasting, I'm doing one Ritual tablet, one Abyss tablet, and one Breach tablet. That is how I'm handling most of my travel maps. If I ever have like good tablets, I'll like triple up on Abyss tablets that are using the good Abyss tablets, but usually I'm doing one of Ritual, Abyss, and Breach. This build's so silly. I'm not even paying attention and I'm in hardcore. But yeah, Abyss, Breach, and Ritual, like all three of those, just like, they feed into each other in very interesting ways. So it's nice to have all three of them, is the vibe I've gotten. Obviously, Delirium's nice to add every once in a while, so you can get the instillments. Oh. We broke the loop. We're good. Loop back online. Okay. Here comes the guessing game. Can we escape? Not this way. And the cool thing about Expedition is, Expedition introduced a lot of really good crafting mechanics. So, like, I'm curious what the meta will be for future patches, because Expedition won't be in every map. So when will people go south to start exploring logbooks? Because logbooks just give good tinks, so people are going to want to do it. But there's also a lot of really good crafting mats from Expedition. So it's like, when will people go south for logbooks, or when... I'm assuming in next patch, when Expedition goes core, we're going to get Expedition tablets. When would people choose to use Expedition tablets over Ritual, Breach, or Abyss? Because there are some really good crafting stuff from Expedition right now, so... You just don't think about it right now because Expedition's in every single map, but next patch, that won't be the case. What level am I? 88? Holy crap. Where had I been putting points? I had just gotten the double curse. Did I want to get the jewels? I kind of want to get the jewels. Oh, wait, I was doing exposure. Which I'm not min-maxing at all right now. Yeah, that's true. Outer's Legacy will always be a reason we go south, for sure. Outer's Legacies are going to have forever value. Especially in, like, softcore trade. Those are very build-enabling. All right. I don't know if my character's good enough to handle a Jade Isles right now. So we're going to hold off on that, but I will mark it. Runeseekers might get a nerf like they did that shield after 0.1. I'm not sure if it'll get nerfed or not. It's very rare, and it like requires an absurd amount of steps to get online. You have to get like the 10k mana. So if you think about it from a solo self-found perspective, if they nerfed, like, if you're talking about getting one in SSF, it's like, it's balanced for SSF, right? Like, the amount of effort and time it would take to get one of those in SSF, that seems balanced to me. So that's why I don't think it will get nerfed. It could. I'm not saying it's definitely a very strong item, but when I analyze it through an SSF lens, I'm not as offended by it. But even in hardcore trade, like, at this point, sure, there's a lot of them, but do you guys remember the first 2 weeks, especially after Palstron found it out? Getting one early on, if you didn't have an absurd amount of budget, wasn't feasible. Like, so it's very rare. I don't think it was busted, per se. But I could see it getting nerfed. I'm not saying it couldn't get nerfed. It definitely could. They don't balance for SSF. They definitely balance for SSF. That's just a lie GGG says. They absolutely balance for SSF. Mark and Jonathan play SSF. When they make balance decisions, they are balancing from their perspective. They most certainly balance for both game modes. They definitely weigh every decision through both lenses. Now, sometimes, more often than not, a trade league lens will take priority over a softcore or a solo self-found lens, but they definitely balance around solo self-found all the time. Well, I get why they removed the Recombinator. Recombinator sucked ass. Like, yes, SSF people got a lot of value out of it, but, like, no, like, the system was fucking dog shit. I imagine Recombinator is coming back in another form later on, but the implementation of it was garbanzo beans. So, what do you mean they play SSF? Mark and Jonathan only play the game in solo self-found. They're not trade Andes. When they play the game, they go through the game in a solo self-found. When the developers at GGG are playtesting their patches, they're not doing it in a trade economy. Like, how do you, like, when you're doing work on a balance patch, for, like, let's say they're bug testing 1.0 right now, how do they do testing for trade? You can't. You don't have the economy, you don't have the, like, you just spawn the item. You're not getting... You have no idea the scarcity of something. You have no idea how something is valued. So when you're playing through it internally, they're definitely, like, weighing in both the SSF aspect of it. When Jonathan goes through a playtest, he's playing it SSF. You know? So they are most certainly have an SSF perspective when they do designing. Now, if they had to choose between, like, if they're torn between whether one thing buffs SSF or one thing buffs trade, I'm sure they all will consistently lean towards the trade since that's not the bigger player base, but their development perspectives are of that of a solo self-found player, so they most certainly, like, think like one. Well, we are talking about the same thing. They will consider the value of a unique in endgame. How would you nerf Fork right now? Would you make it rarer? If you do, no one in SSF ever gets it. Like, that is something they consider. You can't say they don't consider something like that. You can't make that item rarer. Like, that's just... They most certainly consider that kind of... Like, all types of power and stuff, it is... But you answer Kasha as if SFS is the priority? No. All I said was Jonathan and Mark are SSF players. And they definitely consider SSF when they're balancing. I don't think I ever said the words SSF is their priority. That's just completely wrong. But they're SSF players. They have an SSF mentality when they play the game, you know? I'm not doing any damage right now. My loot keeps breaking on this map. I think it's her little fragments are breaking my loot. I can't tell. You're not getting me with that wall. Oh, she did clip me with that wall. I took 2,000 damage from that wall. That's scary. But they don't do that, though. Like, Mark and Jonathan did not spawn the Fork to playtest it. But they are solo self-found players. They play the game solo self-found. So they are always considering it. Like, to say the statement, GGD does not consider solo self-found when making any design or balance decisions is just ridiculous. They are solo self-found players. When you play the game solo self-found, like, you can't think like a trade, like, you're not thinking always from the trade perspective. Mark and Jonathan, they're playing with abyss mats when they're crafting, when they're playing through the campaign. They're not, like, spawning things and stuff. But you don't do that when you're testing. If Mark is developing 0.55 or 1.0 right now, he is not playing in Trade League. He is not playing in Trade League. So, like, they don't balance and test internally for in Trade League. Like, that's why the statement that they make the game for Trade League just doesn't make sense. They are solo self-found players, and you can see that through how a lot of the game ends up getting designed. Like, so much of the base of the game is set up to enable their playstyle. Like, so it doesn't make any sense to, like, think that they're just gonna nerf something without taking into account SSF. Like, that's... Mark's not playing Trade League when he's balancing 1.0 right now. He's playing an internal build that doesn't have any trading. So he's navigating through, if you're designing, let's just say you're making the new Duelist Ascendancy, right? And he has to, like, balance it and go through the campaign 1 to 80 on a Duelist, that's purely solo self-found, right? Like, so from that perspective, everything's always balanced from a base of SSF, is where I guess I'm trying to say. Like, they're like, everything from a base level has to be tested in an SSF environment. Or you can't, because you can't predict, there's no way anyone at GGD was predicting how scarce or how not scarce the Runic Fork is. I guess. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but like, the way the game is designed does not scream to me they don't think about or design for SSF ever. It feels like SSF is almost always at the forefront. Like, they always design something to where it can, at bare minimum, function in SSF from a good player's perspective. And then they, you know, as long as it can do that, then they don't care about SSF. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be completely cooked with this thing. But the balance changes I see them make don't tell me they, like, never not think about SSF. I guess. Which is not what you guys were saying either. But just because Mark plays with Trade League for like 2 weeks on League Start he's got to be primarily an SSF player internally. And just, like, the entire development team would function that way. Not just Mark and Jonathan. Like, they've probably got, like, 50 to 100 developers that are all doing stuff. I just disagree with that things get nerfed because of trade. Like, I fundamentally disagree with that concept. They nerf something because they think it's overpowered. They are never going to go, you know what? This is too good in Trade League. The tuning fork is this specific rare unique item is too good in Trade League because people are trading it too much, so we're going to nerf it. Like, Trade League has no influence on the balance of items or anything. Like, the item is overpowered is why they nerf it. But, like, the concept that, like, Trade League or SSF is influenced in that decision at all, I don't... For specific items, I don't think that's the case. Economy things, sure. If you want to say things like whittlings or fracture orb farms or stuff, that gets influenced by the Trade League balance, I would, like, 100% agree with. But for item balance? Like, can you give me one example of an item you think got nerfed? Like a player power item you think got nerfed because of Trade League? Like, if Tuning Fork gets nerfed, it's not because it's too common in Trade League and people are getting it too frequently, right? It's because they think the Tuning Fork is broken. I don't think that's the case. I don't think the frequency of someone, like, using an item in Trade League is why anything is balanced. That doesn't make any sense to me. Trade League does, like... Deepest Tower was nerfed because it was busted, not because of Trade League. Deepest Tower was good everywhere. Like, Deepest Tower had nothing to do with Trade League. Tuning Fork getting nerfed would have nothing to do with Trade League. If they nerfed it, it would be because they thought it was overpowered. Which, that was honestly the original point of the discussion was, do we think Tuning Fork's going to get nerfed because it's too overpowered? And one of the points I made as a counter was, it probably won't get nerfed also because it is balanced. Part of its balance is because of how rare it is. Just because there's 50 forks 2 months into the league doesn't make fork overpowered. That's supposed to happen in the Trade League. Like, I fundamentally disagree with that concept, that because Trade League exists, they nerf items. And if that was the case, they would nerf the drop rate of it, the tier of it. Yeah, exactly. That's what tiers exist for. That's what tiers exist for. They would change the tier of an item if it was too common in Trade League. Like, they would never nerf an item because of Trade League. They would nerf it because the item itself was just not what they wanted it to be designed for. I'm not being convinced that the actual frequency an item is being traded for from a pinnacle drop is why something gets nerfed. That just doesn't make any sense. They nerf something because the item itself is busted. Well, I mean, I think it's completely... Yes, drop rates. Yes, specifically drop rates. Sorry, let me rephrase. If they... yeah, you can say, yes, trading the tier of an item would be a nerf to the item. If that's how you think about it, yes. I was not thinking that way when I said that. When I said nerf to the item, I meant functionally making it a weaker item. Yes, tweaking the drop rate of an item, it's tier from 1 to 0 or tier from 2 to 1. That is functionally a nerf for Trade League, but that's not what I meant when I was thinking nerf the item. When I hear nerf the item, I hear taking its player power and reducing its value via one less socket or modifier changes or something. So yes, if we're talking about something being balanced around Trade League via the tiering of it, then sure. Okay. Then I was not, when I said balance, I was strictly thinking the power of the item, nothing to do with the loot frequency. I don't have an issue if GGG, like, but already the fork isn't that fork one of the rarest items in the game, so I don't think it can be much, I imagine it can't be much rarer. But If that's where we were all, if that's the disconnect, then that's the disconnect. I was strictly talking player power, not the frequency of the drop. I think drop rate frequencies is the best way you balance overpowered items. So yes. But that, so to respond to you folks about the curse helm, the curse helm got nerfed. The vertex got nerfed because the vertex was broken. That's my point. The item itself was insane. It gave +4 all skills. That had to be nerfed. That didn't get nerfed because of Trade League. It got nerfed because the item was functionally like bad. What made them release that? They're stupid. They're stupid. That was a bad released item. That's why it got reworked to curses, and it's a much more balanced item now. That's just a design oversight. They didn't release that and nerf it because it was being abused in Trade League. They nerfed it because it was being abused in a way that was boring and bad. There are plenty of overpowered items right now that get abused like crazy in Trade League. Why aren't those getting gutted from the game? It's because they're not bad design. The Vertex was functionally bad design. It had nothing to do with Trade League. It was just a bad item. So that that doesn't convince me that they nerfed because of trade. That wasn't a nerf because of trade. That was nerfed because it was a bad, unfun, poorly designed item. I don't know if I can handle a Lightless Void right now. Why not? Yeah, I mean, Trade League definitely provides a lot of data, but I can provide examples of my builds that had like 5 people playing them that they nerfed, right? Were those nerfed because of Trade League? Like, the player power of an item, yeah, we're on the same page now. We're on the same page now. The player power item is changed because of the power, like if it's whether it's poorly designed or imbalanced or not. But if they don't think the power is a problem, they can change the drop rate, which I think is fine. And listen, I'm not a PoE 1 player. I could be completely off base here. Maybe this is just fundamentally, like, wrong based off how they've designed their games the last 15 years. To the data point, I am definitely not saying that GG doesn't use Trade Lead analytics to do balance changes. But I would not say that is them nerfing something because of the interactions with the trade environment. I would say that's because I'm getting horrible chains right now. Something about the abyss walls are breaking it. Well, Grim Feast is a skill. Skill and item design is completely different. Like, Grim Feast getting yeah, skills and item design is completely different. Like, you of course, like, but, like, skills has nothing to do with, like, the Trade League influence of this discussion. Like, skills, like, you redesign everything because of a million different reasons. Man, cold resistant mobs are rough. You don't know what's going on internally 100%? Exactly, 100%. GGG is very unique. They are very unique in how they think and operate, so I have no idea what their internal processes are like. And I am also somebody who thinks about the game weird. The way I approach it and is not like way like your average normie does. I do things backwards half the time, and not in a good way. But yeah, Grim Feast had to go. Like, Grim Feast was like, specifically Grim Feast. Imagine if, like, right now, everybody could double their energy shield. Like, huh? Like, Grim Feast had to go. Grim Feast was like one of those skills that was like, if Grim Feast existed now, it would be insane. Wasn't Grim Feast just a chance on killing an enemy to give you a remnant that gave you overflowing energy shield? Like, wasn't it? It was like as simple as it could to just get like double your energy shield. Like, Grim Feast was dumb. That had nothing to do with SSF or trade. That was just purely a really broken, I think it was only 30 spirit too. But to, like, just finalize my last points on it. And I don't want to say never. I was saying a lot of, like, never, just like a general statement. Clearly, there's probably many moments where GGG has nerfed something like that, but I wouldn't, like, my assumption would be the norm would be not making that the main decision they make balance changes, and would be more of an infrequent thing. But I could be talking completely false right now, so. Sorry, I needed to focus for a boss fight. Part of me forgot I'm playing hardcore. Not the best DPS, but we can improve that.
Back myself a big one.
What chassis is this on? Chassis? I assume you meant character? I'm on a Ritualist. Because I'm playing Skin of the Loyal.
Bring it on. Wait.
Ritualist. But you don't have to play this on a Ritualist. I'm in a hardcore private league, so I played Ritualist for 3 rings. Isn't this build for farming similar, but not the best for mapping? I have no idea. I just started playing it. I'm having fun with it in mapping, though, for the most part. Oh, that's a dead end. I'm curious, how many people are even playing with Fork on Trade League, though? I know it's, like, easy to get caught up in, like, the super juiced meta, but it's like... In softcore right now, how many builds are using Tuning Fork? Is it, like, a significant percent? I can't imagine. It's gotta be, like, less than 1%. If it's a pinnacle unique, if it's that rare unique and it's like pushing like 3 to 5% use rate, then you know there's a world there it might get nerfed. But it depends on just how many people are using it at this point. I can't imagine. Maybe. At this point, it's probably super common. But I don't know. I've never gotten one. I mean, I've bought one, but never seen one. I've heard some people who did like 50 Utrids and never got one to drop, so I don't know how rare it is. It's just hard to analyze the rarity of an item this late into the league. I remember when Palstron first revealed it, it took me forever to get one. It took me forever to get my first one. They were just inaffordable initially. But I don't know if the bug is still there, but the fork could be a lot stronger. Wait, was it bug? %9 at the moment. That's a lot of people. If something becomes so powerful that it trivializes any rare unique, and that every build that's a caster build is by default just wanting to use a fork, there's a warrant for it being nerfed. Especially, like, so, the argument I had against an item like that would have been something like Adonia's Ego. Adonia's Ego gives you absurd player power. It is arguably better than Fork in every way. It just has an obnoxious quality of life aspect to it, involving the power charges. Tuning Fork is difficult to get in a solo self-found environment. And even in a trade environment, getting 10,000 mana isn't easy. A lot of people end up finding a friend that has the gear for it, and they just use them. So there's a lot of friction to getting Tuning Fork. But Adonia's Ego was never at a 6% play rate. And Adonia's Ego is better than Fork, in my opinion.
Savage, we thing. Need a moment.
So from a power perspective, if Adonia's Ego is better, and more common, and easier to get online, but more people are choosing to use Fork, that means the quality of life that you have to solve for Adonia's Ego means it's pretty balanced. If that many people are choosing Fork over it. But also, Fork is not necessarily good in every caster build. Fork is good in every caster build, where Adonia's Ego is only good in elemental caster builds. So there's a little bit of a disconnect there. I personally don't think Fork, still, even after this entire conversation, I personally don't think Fork should be nerfed. I think when you take into account that next league, people probably won't be spamming Expedition near as much. The fact that it only comes from a very specific Expedition boss. I think that chase aspect of it. One thing we've always bitched about on the podcast specifically is the fact that there's no good chase uniques in the game. I don't feel like bitching about Fork because I don't know. Like, I'm not a caster main, so maybe I'm out of pocket here. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe caster mains find the item boring and annoying. To me, that's what you want a chase unique to be. Right? You want it to be hard to achieve, so it's super rare. Once you get it, you have to get 10,000 mana on a character to even use it. And then, in my opinion, Fork isn't just like a catch-all. You have to have the good runes for it. A lot of people require the Alder's Legacy. Yeah, nah, Fork's fine. Fork's fucking fine, dude. It's not even good until you get fucking everything in. Fork's fine. It ain't getting nerfed. I don't have no issue with it being at a 6% play rate, fucking 2 months into a trade league. No, that's fine. It requires so much to make it overpowered, and it's not even better than Adonia's Ego. I don't have an issue with it. I don't think Fork's getting nerfed. Our loot broke. Why'd it break? Like, I've tried doing budget Fork builds, and they suck. You need Alder's Legacy with the +3 spell skills from Live Sprig. You need, like... You gotta get the 10,000 mana. It's balanced. It's being used at this point this much because it's functioning how it should be. Pinnacle Uniques should be this fucking awesome this late into a trade league. If you've got a fucking Fork with, like... What would probably I would rather see get nerfed with Tuning Fork is Life Sprig just not being Alder's Legacy. That would be the nerf the Fork that I would find acceptable. But even then, getting an Alder's Legacy for Life Sprig is so, like, you're not doing that day 2 with, like, as a noob, you know? I don't know. I think it's fine. Took me 120-ish Utras for my Mana Stone. It was pretty painful. That is a lot. Because that's like 120 logbooks, dude. Are you okay? That much expedition, man. I hope not. It's cooking me. It's cooking for me with my Arc Totems. I don't think it's a problem. I don't think it's a problem. Yeah, I'm not taking into account the second weapon set bugs when I talk about Adonia's, because I assume that's getting fixed. But yes, when you take into account the second weapon set bugs, Adonia's even better. But I wasn't taking it into account when I said that. I just assume that's going to be gone soon. Rip plus line Neville spell skills. It's very good for sure. If you're going to argue anything makes Fork as good as it is, it's largely the +9 spell skills. But I don't know. I like those kind of items existing in that fashion. I'm curious what its play... I would need to go look at the snapshots from Poe Ninja to see what its play rate was week 1, week 2, and week 3, and week 4. Because I just imagine at this point in the league, most people that are still playing the softcore trade league can probably afford a Fork at this point. So, but I'm curious, like, week 1, how many Forks were on PoE Ninja? Week 2, how many Forks were on PoE Ninja? I imagine that number ramped over time. But I was not trying to play Fork at all. So, I have no idea what it was like. I don't even have the 6-socket one. Yeah, the 6-socket one's super hard to get to. I never played with the 6-socket one either. I only ever played with 5-socket ones. Fork plus Adonia stack works? Yeah. I think it was Blade that was showing me that. Pretty dumb. All that's getting gone, though. There's no way that shit stays for sure, right? Well, my problem with, like, I don't have that's not an issue with Fork to me. That's an issue with +3 life sprig inside of Fork. Like, I've bitched about gem level scaling, like, forever at this point. I fucking can't stand that we have so many instances of gem level scaling. If we want to argue, is +9 spell skills on Tuning Fork stupid, like, I don't think anybody is going to defend that, right? Like, that's fucking crazy. Like, we've been begging for GGG to nerf level scaling, and they added a wand that gives you +9. Like, I don't think many people are going to defend that aspect of it, but to me, that's just a problem with life sprig. Which, yes, that is functionally a nerf. If you specifically remove the Legacy of Aldor from life sprig, then that is definitely that is specifically targeted at the Fork techs. But that, even then, I don't have a problem with it. Like, to me, the Fork is what Pinnacle Unique should be. They should be these crazy rare items that are super enabling and super crazy and super powerful. And that's exactly what Fork is. I just think 9+, like, in general, I just think gem skill levels is so fucking boring. So, that's the only reason I would want it to be removed, is just because it's just so boring. You would probably see a lot more cool things coming from Tuning Fork if everyone wasn't so fixated on min-maxing the +9 skills. I was doing Ignite Magnitude scaling with my Fork build. That was fun. But I think if you remove the +9 life sprig, it is a very balanced item. It's probably bad, to be honest. If you remove +9... Here's a question. If you remove the +9 life sprig from Tuning Fork, would you use it? Most people are probably going to say no. There are very few builds right now that are using the Fork without a life sprig in it. Not saying there are none. I've played one, and I've seen other people play them. But, it's really just mana stackers. It's really just mana stackers that use Fork outside of +9 spell skills. And a lot of the mana stackers still want the +9 spell skills. So, it's kind of funny that way. Yeah, I think I'm fagging the Fork. I don't have an issue with it. That might be a Cook take. I admit that it might be a Cook take. But it's kind of like, I feel like I've been bitching for the last 4 leagues about Pinnacle bot drops. And Fork is like a good example of a good Pinnacle rare, like super unique.
Wait.
Hey, Mr. Fucking Chicken, thank you for the raid, brother. Hope you're doing well. Hope your stream went well. Fun day. Anything cool happen? I was watching you for the beginning of the stream when I woke up, but then I eventually started streaming myself, so I didn't catch what you were doing. You do anything cool? I got my Autobomber mostly online right now, and it's been a lot of fun. We gotta scale the damage, but we're Autobombering in hardcore, so never thought I would do an Autobomber in hardcore. Tier 16 Expedition on a Pyro Pack cast on ailment build. Hell yeah.
Crush the intruder.
Reach to the worm.
Oh we broke our engine there. What up with Frostbolt 2? What happened was I was farming currency for my Flicker Strike character, and I got Skin of the Loyal, Etziri's Rule, and Breach Lord's Amalgam, all within like an hour of each other. So... And then it somehow turned into an Autobomber, using the drill neck cheese. Got really lucky with those drops. And now we have an infinitely looping Etziri Rule Autobomber going.
Need more time.
Hey, later, Chicken. Have a good night, bro. Thanks for the raid, brother. Hey, Grats Fearless. Got a headhunter. Thank you for the raid, Chicken. You have a great night, brother. And yes, Lachlan, that is like... That is why I'm not, like, dooming over Recombinator being removed, is because GGD probably has, like, other mechanics being added. Yike. I don't know. There's not much scaling for spells. They hard scale on, like, attacks. I have now 900 crit bonus on my Whirling Assault. It's OP. But it's harder. It's on spells, it's much harder to get. I think you can get really high crit damage bonus on spells. That's a lot of stuff. Are you talking about my dump tabs? What about this tab? 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 The problem with being autistic and having ADHD is this. This. I tell myself I'm going to go through this shit, and at some point I'm going to empty them all out and just vendor it. I'm not even going to read through it, you know. It's... Yeah, it's not healthy. Most of this is probably junk. A lot of it's probably like some tier 5 drops that need to be like looked at and stuff. Sometimes I'll eventually, like the rings and stuff and the amulets I'll eventually look at, but yeah, the problem right now is I'm out of dump tabs. We have officially gone through all of my dumps, and then we added a new tab that's almost full, so we're dumped up right now. There's probably going to be a purge soon. I deal with the same. I'm glad I'm not alone here. I'm glad I'm not alone here. Sometimes I get shamed for my tabs. I'm glad there's some solidarity in the chat. They should let you sell stuff from your staff attach. I agree, because they've already given you the ability to interact with your stash. Well, actually, wasn't there a bug Localhall found where he was able to open his stash in PoE 1 and be able to, like, do currency exchanges with it? I remember him doing that once. But they already have the tech in the game to let you interact with your stash and vendors at the same time. When you do the breach stuff, you can open your inventory, your stashes, while you're in the breach menu to cycle that stuff. So I don't see why when you're in your hideout, you shouldn't be able to.
Good.
The stash and the currency chain, was that what it was? I remember he did, I forget what he did to open them at the same time.
Can I help?
You can still make the tab public and put the price negotiable. That way people can still search for stuff or manual trades. That's probably smart to do for the private league for sure. There might be some random shit people would have DM'd me over in some of these tabs. Never clean, always buy new tabs. Brother, I have done that before. I bought quad tabs once whenever I was out of dump tabs and I wasn't ready to clean them. I straight up went and bought 2 more. Like, the reason why I have this many quad tabs is because I wanted to buy more dump tabs one day. Man, Not proud of it. Not proud of it. Also, how you doing, Cypher? Oh yeah, so let me just talk about the build real quick. Someone in the chat didn't mention, apparently Lazy Exile did this build. I need to go look it up. So let me just run through the build real quick. So yeah, I got these drops specifically like 2 days ago. I got Skin of the Loyal, Aziri's Rule, and Breach Lord's Amalgam. And I originally started leveling the character. I was just like, okay, we're playing hardcore. We're going to scale with Skin of the Loyal, easy peasy. I did not know about the Drill Neck Aziri's Rule tech when I started the character. My plan was just to walk around doing this. I was planning on hard casting all of my Frost Bombs, not even knowing there was the Aziri Rule tech. When I hit maps yesterday, I started looking. I searched on PoE Ninja for anyone using Frostbolt with Breach Lord's Amalgam and Aziri's Rule. And when I sorted by like the people with either a high effective HP or people doing good DPS, they were all using this Drill Neck Widow Hail technique on it. They were all using it. So definitely not complaining this is my technique, not complaining that at all. I looked this up, or just claiming that at all. This is something that a lot of people are clearly already doing. I did not realize Lazy Exile had done a build for this already. I'm going to go look it up because there's some quality of life things I need to figure out for this tech. But that's really cool. I mean, it was clear someone had made a guide for the build because there's enough people playing this on PoE Ninja that it's a popular tech. I'm glad to know that it's Lazy Exile though, because Lazy makes the best builds. But yeah, the way it works is Drill Neck is a really interesting quiver. It has the tag projectiles deal increased damage for each time they have pierced. This is not capped at anything. For each time they have pierced. So as long as they've hit as many targets as they want, and they can pierce as many targets they want, that'll stack. It also gets increased critical hit chance for each time they have pierced. And it does not specify enemies. So, when you use something like Frostwall, each of those pierces scales its damage. I'm not even using On Citadel with Combs Madness. If anyone has an Ons they want to gift me or sell me in the private league, I will happily buy it off of you. I could be getting a lot more Frost Walls down for these to be piercing to giga scale its damage. But that is the essential engine of it, is you cast the Frost Ball or whatever projectile you're using from the Widow Hail Drill Neck setup, and as long as that one cast loops, it will snapshot the Drill Neck. So as long as there's still mirrors for it to bounce around, this is still snapshotting the Drill Neck. And at this point, if it's pierced enough targets, this is 100% critical hit chance. So if you look at my passive tree, I'm only crit damage bonus scaling. Only crit damage bonus scaling. And that's just the basis of the tech. From here, like, you can figure out how to scale it a billion different ways, like yada, yada, yada. But this is just the tech. It is, you cast a Frost Ball, you swap to the second set that has the mirrors, and as long as that first cast is still chained, it is snapshotting the quiver, and it will loop forever. As long as there's mirrors it can connect with. So that is why in the second weapon set for the mirror build, I have a bunch of cooldown recovery. If you read Aziri's Rule, the mirror's cooldown recovery applies to mirror frequency. So that is why this setup is... the fact that you got all the required items for this to work is just crazy. Dude, RNG God Smaller. Brother, like, it all happened within an hour of each other. I went and did... I did the duo boss before the breaches. I got the lineage gem from them. Then I went and immediately did Zest. I got Skin of the Loyal. And then the next map, I did Temple in it, and I got Aziri's Rule. Like, it literally was like God said, Kaltorak, play this build in hardcore. Like, the fact that it was already an established build is just like, it was meant to be. It was meant to be. And it's a fucking cool build, too. I'm specifically doing it on a Ritualist because I'm using Skin of the Loyal in hardcore for the double rings to get a fuckload of cold res. I don't know what Ascendancy Lazy did it on. I'm guessing Gemling, Infernalist. Maybe she did it on Ritualist, but I'm guessing Gemling or... Lazy does a lot of Ritualist builds, so I would not be surprised if Lazy was doing it on a Ritualist, but I'm guessing Gemling or Infernalist Both would be really good for this setup. I'm actually going to check out... wait, Skin of Loyal will count res above 75. That's how it works. It specifically says uncapped. Energy shield is increased by uncapped cold resistance. You have people on, like, Softcore Trade League pushing 1,000+ resistances for insane defenses. But yeah, that's why I went the Ritualist, so I could have 3 rings. At some point, I can Kalandra touch this ring with 150 cold res. And I'll have more. But yeah, it was a lot of things going perfectly to get this online. And yeah, yesterday when I was playing it, I did not know about the drill neck cheese. I learned about the drill neck cheese, or when I started the character, I didn't know about the drill neck cheese. I was literally just planning on just doing, like, hard casting frostballs the whole time. You know, so the fact that we got very lucky. We got very lucky. To get this in a hardcore private league, you know? It does have this weird visual bug where the skills go invisible. It's still proccing right now. You can't see anything. But the frost bulbs are still going off. Okay, that's what happened. Yeah, there's a weird visual bug where the frost bombs just disappear. That's what makes explaining this build more confusing, is because, like, a lot of people just jump in randomly and they're like, why, what's happening? And it's like, well, you can't see the frost bombs, but they're there. Nope, it's a visual bug. I even tried buying a different frost bomb skin to see if that fixed it, and it didn't. This is like the worst map for this build. All of my bombs are getting, like, exploded on walls and stuff, and I'm not looping well. This is definitely a rough map for the build. Yeah, so right now we got the invisible bug, so I can't tell where my frost bombs are. You just gotta hope they keep chaining. And right there they stopped chaining, so... definitely not the best build for this map. Also, ethically trying to save our GPU. It does get good visual clarity. I just wish it was... I don't know. I kind of like seeing the... It's cool seeing these, like, army of frost bombs chasing me. I really like it when you can see them. But it is nice, you know, having visual clarity, too. So, it's a trade-off. I think the frost bombs, like, when they're just following you like that, they look cool as fuck. But at this point, now they're invisible, so... yeah, that's what's happening. Invisible frost bombs. I don't know why that happens. I don't know. Probably with how the game deals with entity overload, it very well could be. Because the game is, like, in the code that's seeing that this skill has made, like, thousands of projectiles, and is probably like, oh, well, we need to stop that. I don't know why I wasn't getting a good loop on this boss. I think it's because he was too close to the wall and they were just popping and not hitting him, though. Yeah, I keep losing the loop. This map has been really bad for this build. There's some maps where the loop just completely breaks. And this is one of them. This might be a build that I like. I need to like set up 200% simulacrums on, and then just AFK Sanu on this build for hardcore. Because just some maps are really weird. Do you think GG will gut this interaction? Probably. It smells like fun detected. It's got all the smells of fun detected. I would imagine... I don't know, actually. It's not like it's super overpowered, but I could see them nerfing the... I could see them fixing the drill net tech. It's not like this is a crazy overpowered build. Like, you know, we're... But... GGG has nerfed a lot of not overpowered things in the past, so... And it's got that taste to it, where it's like... I think if anything gets fixed, they're just gonna change the drill neck. But I could see it getting nerfed. Mainly because it's not that this build's a problem, but what this drill neck technique means for future builds is a problem. So the drill neck tech, while in this specific build is not doing anything that other builds can't do, I could see them nerfing the drill neck tech. The Itziri rule tech, I don't think so. Isn't this staff a thing in PoE 1? I don't know if it functions the same in PoE 1, but I'm pretty sure it's a staff in PoE 1. I think it makes sense for you to... I think it makes sense for you to be able to weapon swap with mirrors like this, like cast one projectile and run around with the mirrors proccing shit. I don't think that would get nerfed. But I definitely think the drill neck tech could get nerfed. It's kind of stupid. And it would be a problem for future builds that aren't bad. Hey, what's up, Maruf? Hey, what's up, Trupp? I'm doing well. How are you, man? That is a good point, Dr. Keck. The frost wall snapshot definitely is... The frost wall part is definitely also an issue with it. I could see that being what they target to. There are multiple, like... unfortunately, with things like this, and I hate to be like one of those guys because I hate to like sound like one of those doomer PoE 1 guys, but this... has everything about it that gets the GGG triple tap. Like, this interaction is probably getting triple tapped. Like, I don't want it to be, I don't think it should be, but this... This has all the things that smell like something that's gonna get triple tapped. I don't think it should be, but maybe not, because if they nerf it, it would be really bad, so... keep losing my snapshot. See, right now I need to go watch, like, I need to go watch people who have played the build, Lazy Exile and other people, and see, like, there's probably something from their videos that'd be like, that maybe would help with the quality of life issues I'm running into, but based off how everyone's saying most people use it for an AFK Simulacrum build, I'm guessing the reason why they use it for an AFK Simulacrum build is because you can't solve these issues that I'm running into. So, we shall see. Try Petal's Amulet? I can't. I'm in hardcore. That ain't gonna work. If there's even one on trade, I'm playing hardcore. I gotta use items that lead to me being tanky. Petals isn't bad, but they're not. I'm in a hardcore private league on top of that. I'd have to even find one. There's not many items on trade. This is a largely solo self-found character, unfortunately, at this point. And it sucks because, like, this is a build that, like, I would definitely would have wanted to play in Trade League. Though, if I would have known Lazy Exile had already done a build for it, I probably wouldn't have played it in Trade League, so it was actually kind of fate that it ended up working out in hardcore. Because Lazy's really good at min-maxing. I'm guessing there's not much I would have been able to do that Lazy didn't. I don't really min-max build, I just do silly ideas, and the idea's already there. I had a friend playing that build and always felt clunky. I mean, what's funny is, the first day I was playing it in maps was yesterday. And it never felt clunky in maps. Like I just had a good stream of maps that didn't have like clunky terrain on it. It wasn't until today that I started running into like more maps. So I was like, oh, this map kind of sucks for the build. Yeah, I'm not even like using a good, it's only level 18 gem, it's not even corrupted +1. The damage would be a lot better in Trade League for sure. I think Infernal, I'm curious what Ascendancy Lazy Exile did it on. Let me see if I can find the video. Lazy always makes good AFK simulacrums.
A new version of the rituals.
Yeah, she's doing it on Ritualist. Damn. She always does Ritualists. I mean, again, I said this at the start of the stream. People are ridiculous about Ritualist. I'm like, Ritualist is so overpowered. And I'm not surprised Lazy abuses it every patch. 3 rings is crazy. Let me look at her ninja. Sacrosanctum. She always does recoup tech too. Cool. Okay, so yeah, so the setup that I see everywhere on Poe Ninja is her setup. The setup I see all over PoE Ninja is her setup, I'm guessing. Or rather, she popularized it. I don't know if like this is the one she made. Her tree is a lot different than I expected. I think if you were trying to min-max DPS, Ritualist would not be better than Infernalist, but I think Ritualist is like so good for this clearly. Yeah, this setup makes sense to me. Okay, like this is just, I'm guessing either she popularized or made this setup that I see everyone using on Po Ninja, because she's using like literally the exact setup when I searched on Ninja for the skill I was using with the lineage gem, all the top builds were using her setup. So that's cool. I'm doing a recoup tech Sacrosanctum Oracle Supercharged Slam build based on Meditative Focus and Unseen Path. I mean, Oracle is also an Ascendancy that is just fucking insane. I'm surprised I didn't play an Oracle this patch, because you can do some really dumb stuff with Oracle. I also think people would sleep on Infernalist too much, too, though. I think Infernalist is a highly underrated Ascendancy. I mean, to me, I understand why Abyssal Lich isn't very played, but Abyssal Lich is like, it's not popular because no one of the big creators have played it yet. Like, if any of the big creators had tried to popularize an Abyssal Lich build at this point, and you know, I'm not saying Prada's not a big creator, but you know who I'm talking about, right? Like the ones that like really influenced like the wider meta, like they never play Abyssal Lich builds. And it's crazy to me that like Abyssal Lich is like I would not count Rabbit's Plant as an Abyssal Lich only build, because Rabbit has set up that archetype specifically across multiple Ascendancies. So even though Rabbit plays it on Abyssal Lich, there are a lot of his viewers that play it on Oracle or other Ascendancies too. And Rabbit doesn't play Abyssal Lich for what I think Abyssal Lich is overpowered for, which is Umbral Souls. So, yes, Rabbit is a big creator who does play Lich. He doesn't play the version of Lich that, like, should be one of the most overpowered and popular Ascendancies, which is the Umbral Souls scaling builds. That's largely because probably they're expensive, but Abyssal Lich, if you were min-maxing, like, my favorite build creator is probably somebody named Awesome Gia. If you watch the podcast, you've probably seen us feature Awesome Gia builds hundreds of times. He does the craziest, most creative min-max builds you can ever see, and they are always on Abyssal Lich. Always on Abyssal Lich. What Abyssal Lich can do when taking a niche stat that doesn't have much scaling is crazy. And some of it's not even that expensive to do at times. So that's what I mean when I think Abyssal Lich. Maybe Abyssal Lich isn't like, it's got too much sauce, so it's not going to be meta enough. But I fucked up my snapshot. He got like blasted for half his health and then we lost it. But what Abyssal Lich can do in terms of scaling is second to none. You can do things with an Abyssal Lich that no other Ascendancy can ever do. What's the top Breach farmer builds? I have no idea. I don't really, like, play builds and, like, try and, like, this is the best build for this farm. I don't ever think of things that way, so I wouldn't know. Usually with good Breach builds, though, you want something with good mobility and good clear. Wait, Umbra Souls gives you the buff? Yeah, it gives you the buff. So if you look at... Here, let me show you this build. This was my very first Abyssal Lich build I have ever done. Let's see here. Oh, this one. This is Abyssal Lich AoE scaling. I turned Ice Wall into a screen-wide clear with Abyssal Lich. You can do absurd things with Abyssal Lich. Projectile speed, attack speed, or skill speed, rather, area of effect. Like, you can reach levels of min-max on an Abyssal Lich that no other Ascendancy can even get close to. When we're talking about AoE maxing, skill speed maxing, projectile speed maxing, so many builds violently scale off of that kind of scaling, and the amount of scaling you get from this. Like, have you ever seen Frost Walls pop the entire screen? That is how much scaling of area of effect you can get on an Abyssal Lich. Apply that, and this is far from min-max. This is only, I think, 25 minions. You can get hundreds of minions. The ceiling of Abyssal Lich is so damn high. That's what I'm saying. Like, when I constantly say I am shocked that this isn't the most played Ascendancy in the game, it's because you can do things with Abyssal Lich that nothing else can do. Nothing else can do this. Only Abyssal Lich can do this right here, and this applies to a lot of builds. Projectile speed, skill speed, area effect. Nothing can compete with Abyssal Lich when you min-max it. It's crazy to me that it's still so underplayed, but it requires spirit and minion stuff, so the cost definitely impacts it, but usually you see Abyssal Lich at like 2%, sometimes less. A bit squishy when you put all the investment into spirit stacking. No, you can get Immortal with them. There are ways you can get Immortal with them. You just give up like 2 to 3 minions. Abyssal Lich can be very tanky. The problem is, like, with softcore players, specifically softcore players, and I'm speaking from my own mentality, I never try to min-max. Like, when you look at a lot of these softcore builds, especially when you open them on PoE Ninja, you'll see them at like 12k effective HP. That is like pretty standard for a softcore player. That rides the line of you rarely ripping. And I know that doesn't make sense to hardcore players, but a lot of softcore players, they try to ride that line as thin as possible. So you almost never see a softcore player trying to min-max defenses on an Abyssal Lich. A lot of softcore players, when they're playing an Abyssal Lich, the only thing they're thinking about is, I want as many minions as possible to make this build as dumb as humanly possible. But you can get very tanky on Abyssal Lich. I mean, okay, maybe not a very tanky, maybe not hardcore safe tanky, to where you guys would be comfortable playing the build, but I would not say... That build that I played, that I just showed, was not Glass Cannon. That build was not Glass Cannon. And I was not leaning into defenses, so... You give up some spirit, you give up an item or two, you go down to like, from 25 to 22 minions, and you'll be fine. Also, one of the... So there is a setup, I don't know if you guys saw the Empyrean video. Empyrean made a video on Infernalist, where he did like 200%, he did like as many minions as possible. You can apply that setup he used to an Abyssal Lich to get 200 minions for Abyssal Lich. And one of the Abyssal Lich modifiers, I think, is % increased energy shield from skeletal frost mages. So, if you had enough minions on a giga budget, you would functionally be immortal if you just added frost mages to the build. Archers, my bad, archers. Whichever one it is. Archers. One of them gives energy shield, though. And if you had, like, Blade Zero and I are doing a setup soon where we have 200 plus minions on an Abyssal Lich, half of them are going to be into archers for energy shield, so I'm not dying. Maybe not half, but, you know, enough of them are going to be, like, it won't be dying because we'll have enough ES with that many minions, but, yeah. I would not call Abyssal Lich hardcore friendly, but it's definitely not Rip City. And it probably can be very hardcore friendly. I mean, didn't Rabbit push his plants Abyssal Lich very hard? But, yeah. Abyssal Lich is really cool. And I think a lot of people just don't know how it scales or works. Because you do... to the points in chat, it is expensive. You don't ever want to do Abyssal Lich, run Umbral Souls on a budget. There would be no reason to do that. So... anyone that's doing it is going into it with the knowledge and, like, currency to pull it off, usually. Because the way they work is, like, they scale, like, almost exponentially. Like, maybe that exponentially is the wrong word. It's definitely not multiplicative, but it's definitely more than additive. Like, maybe it is multiplicative, but, like, when you're playing an Abyssal Lich, and you go from 23 to 24 minions... it's more than going for, like, it's more increased area of effect than going from, like, 2 to 3. Like, it almost compounds on top of each other. It's weird. I've only played one Abyssal Lich, though, so I'll pretend to be a master on it. But Prada and other creators like Awesome Gia and stuff, they abuse the fuck out of Abyssal Lich. And I assume that's going to be the norm one day when... you know, one of the bigger creators like Palsteron or something finally does an Abyssal Lich build, and then the wider player base has finally caught on to how overpowered Abyssal Lich is. Because, like, just looking at chat right now, a lot of people didn't even know that's how Abyssal Lich functioned. That it applied to them and how it scaled and stuff, so... who would win? One old lady... water lady blowing bubbles, or 90,000% Abyssal Lich. GGG loves that kind of stuff. The old hag will definitely win, though. The old hag would definitely win. Oh, they're cold resistance? That's funny. I need to get that Racchiatas. We might have a day where I'm playing the my main in hardcore, so I can farm some currency for this character. This character is not farming bad currency, but I'm kind of afraid to push juice content right now. I probably could handle juice content. 10k ES is pretty good, right? You think I can handle tier 15s with 10k ES? Juice tier 15s, I mean? Probably.
You disgrace these sands! You are nothing!
I lost my loot there.
The weak shall kneel before my wrath!
Why did I lose my loop there? I'm gonna have to watch the Lazy Exile video to see why I lose my loop sometimes. I'm sure she mentions it. Or someone in the comments mentions it. I probably just need to watch the footage and just see if they just straight up miss. Like, they just happen to all miss any of the totems. Yeah, my boss damage is really low. If you don't shot them in a wall, yeah, probably need to be like pulling like all of them to walls and stuff, and start trying to shotgun them. I also just need to get better frost wall DPS. I only have a 3-socket frost wall because I didn't have any greater jewelers when I started this setup. I have one now though, but I can get a lot more damage out of frost wall too. Frost wall is like really doing like no additional damage right now. So I can definitely get the boss damage. You're right though, the boss damage, like the clear is good enough, but the boss damage is not good enough. I still need to get my ascendancy. Should I go do that? You got remnants? Not right now. I picked up... I just found a Verisium red... I have not had the skill gem for it. Powered by Verisium. I wanted to add it to the build. But I finally found a powered by Verisium, and it was level 90, so I haven't been able to use it yet. But I will. I was planning on adding powered by Verisium at some point. I needed to get Skin of the Loyal warded. Some people donated some. I didn't have enough fucking juice to ward it earlier. I think I'm almost there. I think I'm at like 20,000 plus. I need an Olros Crest of the Sun though, and then I can ward this. And when I'm level 90, I can use remnants. It's to start the rotation, but it's for the drill neck slap shot. So it's like, yes, it's to start the rotation, but it's more than that. This is like where all our damage is coming from. Yeah, lightning infusions are huge for its damage. So like when Frostwall's damage is a 5-link and it's got good support gems in it, it should be doing more damage with the lightning infusions too. That'll help with the single target a lot. So I'm not concerned about the single target right now. Like the fact that it's doing this well, I know how much I spent on this gear and it was nothing. Like this is dog shit gear. So this damage can get better. I think it's gonna be a lot better. I mean, there's no way I'm getting the spirit for that. Oh, yeah, I would take it, for sure. I'll give you a divine for it. Speaking of Abyssal Lich, just look at this Chad. Look at this Chad. Oh, what a legend. Oh, what a legend. What a legend. Thank you. Alright, we can now... Do I really care about div slamming it for the 40% all Ellie? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think we're just gonna... Then maybe we just YOLO corrupt. I don't think I'm ready for the YOLO corrupt. Hold on, I need to go maybe look at my thing. Well, yeah, I know I can div after rune forging, but I was thinking about YOLO corrupting for the 3rd socket. But I might not. I changed my mind. Did I not have all the... Oh, I'm 4K short. Shit! Alright, we'll upgrade it later. It won't take too long to get 4K juice. Just means I have to do some expedition. Oh, and another thing about my setup is I don't have the On Citadel, Combs Heart, and Frostwall. Once I get On Citadel and Combs Heart in there, it's going to be even more damage, which is crazy. Interesting, Thorn. I didn't know that the PoE Ninja data was incorrect about additional lich damage. What do you think about elemental discharge support? What do you mean? What does that do? I don't know what that gem is. Why did my loot break there? I wasn't paying attention. I was reading chat. You need 4K for the Elysium? Yeah, 4K. Consumes ailment to do damage equal to your int plus increase. I've never used it before. Could be cool. It sounds like that's be something you'd want to do only in an int stacking scenario. Could be cool. I love stat stacking, but I've never done that. Ah, we bricked. The loop was lost. Cool. Give me a second de jour. I will happily take some Elysium. Go, my minions! I don't care about any of these skills. Here, I'll go to my hideout now for de jour, so my combo just bricked. Alright, going to my hideout. Yeah, it's the spirit gear that's the pain in the ass about Abyssal Lich. It is definitely a more expensive archetype for sure. So that is definitely why it's lower on the classic, the old hideout swap. Thank you. Yay! Oops. You're not wanting to do that. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, it was going to take me forever to get that on my own, because I am not doing any expeditions right now. I could have maybe gotten the Olros at some point, but I don't know if I was going to get the 20k, 5k. Yeah, when I saw it took 25k Elysium to upgrade that, I was like, what the fuck? There's no way I'm getting 25k Elysium right now. That would be requiring me to do at least more than one expedition, and I don't know about that, you guys. More than one? That's crazy. My loot keeps breaking on this map. So when I'm level 90, I can add Powered by Elysium. Because I didn't want to ward any of my... I think you're meeting Comb's Madness. What did I say? Comb's Heart? Why does my loot keep breaking on this map? Yes, you said Comb's Heart? Oh, my bad. Yeah, I forgot the Comb's Madness in my bag, so I should have said it right the first time, but yes, I need on Citadel, and then I'll have the Frostwall tech fully online for really giga-amping the build's damage via the drill neck. Because the more targets it pierces, you know. I think I'm probably, like, I am underestimating how much damage I'm going to be getting from the Comb's Heart on Citadel setup. Like, what it's going to do for the snapshot should be really nice, but we'll see. Did I say Comb Hards again, too? I meant Comb's Madness. The Comb Lineage Gem. Nice. One level to go. And then we are level 90 on this character.
Proof of the prowess.
I think I was taking a jewel slot. This one. Where had I been pathing? I thought I was pathing to a jewel at some point. Oh, I was. Yeah, it was this one. What's the best class to one-shot Arb Ash? I mean, I think the question you're asking is what's the best skill. But if I had to pick a class for that, probably Gemling. Like, if you're just going to be like, what ascendancy would be most versatile with all skills in the game to be able to one-shot anything? Gemling, maybe? I'm not sure. I mean, that's partly why I started my new characters. I mean, I'm sure with Gemling, there's a billion skills you can one-shot bosses with. But I actually don't know. I just know there's a lot of builds that can one-shot bosses. But I don't really know what the build you would do that with on a reasonable solo self-found setup would be. I'm really bad at knowing what's good for normal people on a budget. I only know what stupid stuff is. Honestly, like, I feel like my entire knowledge base for builds, like, in an SSF hardcore environment, like, very few of them are, like, translate over. Just, like, my supporting fire tactician is, like, one of the few ones off the top of my head that's like, oh, yeah, this would work in solo self-found. Most of my builds, or the builds that I look into, are, like, really goofy soft core builds. Though I'm surprised this build's doing this well. That character's not the right character. I didn't link any of my stuff. That's my other hardcore character that you just got ninja'd. Map sucks. This boss arena sucks for this build. No wall. Alright, we're starting the ramp. As we started to ramp, we lost the freaking chain. Darn. I keep losing the engine on this boss. I keep having to reset the loop. So I'm losing that entire snapshot. This is definitely not a good boss arena or something. Right now I'm just out of mana, so I can't even do the engine. Okay, let's get a couple mirrors down, then we'll cast. Man, that was awkward. I don't know why that was so weird to snapshot there. I need to watch Lazy Exile's video and like a couple other videos to see what people are doing to make the snapshot more consistent. Because the snapshot is really awkward sometimes. Sometimes when I do the snapshot, like immediately the frost bolts are one-shotting things. And then sometimes when I do it, it's like it takes a while for it to ramp. And I'm sure there's just like an inconsistency with the snapshot. I'm guessing that inconsistency with a snapshot will be resolved when I have ons with combs. Just because that snapshot, like we're going to be going through so many more ice walls. But I'm not sure. See, like, the engine keeps... Okay, it didn't break. It's still going. It just looked like it was breaking there for a second in this arena. It's still going, though. That broke it. See, like, it's randomly breaking in this arena. I'm curious as to why. See, here it's just like almost infinitely, like it's still looping. Sometimes it just when the visual bug happens, so I'm guessing what happens is the game has checks. And something is telling it that because of how long this single frostbolt has been looping, and it has spawned so many projectiles from this one cast, it's got some safety net in it that just disables anything that would like cause crazy amounts of lag. Even though it's not causing lag, the system is detecting this as some kind of lag glitch. Either that, or it's just an actual, like just some weird graphical bug that makes no fucking sense. It could be just a weird graphical bug that makes no sense, but part of me thinks it's some form of like shader protection, some graphic protection that's just like, it's been looping for so long, so now we have to stop the animation because your computer's going to turn off. I don't know. It's very weird. Because there's no rhyme or reason for why they stop visually spawning. They still happen invisible. See, like right now, they're invisible, but they're still happening. But this one triggered so much sooner. I don't know what's triggering it. I honestly don't know. It might not be a lag. I just think it's just, I don't know, there's some weird bug. There's no figuring that out. There's just some weird bug. Only GGG will be able to figure that out internally by looking at the code. That is a odd interaction. Well, the thing is, though, the frostbolts are still spawning. They just turn invisible. So it's not like it's disabling the frost bombs. They're just not, like, visible anymore. Because you'll see plenty of times I'm running around with shit dying and it looks like there's nothing around me, but the frostballs are still spawning. They're just turning invis. Like, it's very odd. See, right now they're invisible, but still spawning. They're still spawning right now. Every time you hear the tink, 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 that is one of them hitting one of my totems here. So I don't know. It's odd. See, right now it's got the invisible thing going on again. See how everything's dying around me? But there's no frostbolt spawning, but they're still spawning. And if you watch the totems, they are breaking like as if something's hitting them. Tink. 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 These are being hit by frost bombs. It's still chaining. Look. Still chaining. These guys are still dying. So it's just like, that's why I think it's lag. It's like something in the system is like, this is going to, like, it's looping so much, it's going to cause you to lag, so they just hide it. Can you pick up that tier 5 crossbow? Nope. Nope. I don't have the room. My bags are full, look. No room. Why, do you want it? Last one? Are you playing a crossbow build? It's for testing? I can pick up for testing. Where was it at? Over here? This one? Is there a build guide? Lazy Exile apparently has one. I don't know if it's updated to how I'm playing it in hardcore. I assume it's more, it's probably way more optimized than how I'm playing it, so. Lazy Exile has a video. Even if I end up, like, making this build, like, super min-max and different than Lazy's, I don't know if I'd end up making a build guide for it. I was talking about this earlier on stream, but I'm a little bit, I don't know, I feel awkward making a hardcore build guide. Or making a build guide when I'm using a hardcore character as the template. But yeah, just to, like, when a mirror despawns, it doesn't tink. They just disappear, versus when they're hit by something, they go tink. So, you know when they stop spawning based off the sound they make. When they go invisible. If you stop hearing the chink, 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 that means frostbolts have stopped spawning. Which has unfortunately turned it into a pseudo-audio build. But yeah, chink, 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 chink. You can hear them still breaking, and then as you can see, they are clearly still spawning despite not seeing them. How did they brick? I'm 99% sure there's just something I'm doing wrong with the snapshot. And once I figure that out and I get that more consistent, I think the boss damage will get better. There's just sometimes, like, maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe there's just an inconsistency that other people haven't been able to solve. But if there's something like, sometimes the snapshot just feels like, oh my god, this is the best skill in the game. And sometimes it's like, did I even snapshot anything?
The fouler it gets.
How rare is Rockiata? It's pretty rare. But it also depends on how you're farming it. Like, are you efficiently farming for Rockiatas, or are you just like, you know, half-ass doing them? Because, like, are you Waystone drop chance maxing? Are you using 3 irradiate or 3 tablets that have Waystone percentages? Are you using also a tablet that's as many mods as possible with as high Waystone drop chance as possible? While also having all of the, like, Jado and, like, Atlas passives for lineage gems? If so, and you're doing all of that and you've gone 0 of 14, that's a little unlucky. But if you're, like, you know, doing, like, entry-level farming, you know, 0 of 14 I wouldn't say is super rare. Jado's double Overseer Forest Biome tablet. Well, the Forest Biome and double Overseer doesn't matter. Overseer, if you're double Overseering, that does nothing. The only thing that influences Rockiata's flow drop chance is Waystone drop chance. Overseer, doesn't matter what tablet specifically you use on it, you want as much Waystone drop chance as possible. Nothing else matters. Overseer, nothing, nada yada yada. So you need to be Waystone drop chance maxing when you're farming lineage gems. Yes, you're right with the Forest Biome tablet in Jado, but if you're not Waystone drop chance maxing, like, that is the most influential thing I have seen that makes it, like, when I'm Waystone drop chance maxing, I'm consistently getting 2 lineage gems every time I kill the boss. Versus sometimes when I'm not Waystone drop chance maxing, I'll get 0 from the boss. This was the crossbow. There's no Abyss mod on it. Last one. Waystone for sure, the most important, yes. Yeah. Waystone is #1. So, whenever I do any Jade Isles, like I have a Jade Isle I could do right now if I were to do it, I would, I usually just do irradiated tablets, but you can do any tablet as long as it has Waystone drop chance. So I just do Waystone, and then boom. I find 3 with high rolls. 40% is the best roll, but you get 3 with high rolls, and then you get a Waystone with as much Waystone drop chance. You see at the top here, Waystone drop chance. 90% is actually kind of low. I usually look for like 130 to like 150%. If they're corrupted maps, they can hit that. But yeah, the Waystone drop chance, make sure you're doing a map. Like a lot of these maps, they might have 0 wave. Like look at that, 45. If you do one of these maps, that's not a good map to throw into it. This one has 25% Waystone drop chance, so you don't want to do that, right? Overseer can still have more than any other because it's a boss drop? No, it's not. That is not how Rockiatos works. The lineage gems are not influenced by Overseer or anything like that. You can pretend or try and convince yourself otherwise. There are a lot of people that think like you because I understand why you would think that, but with the testing that people have done, with hundreds of attempts of math and like writing down the attempts and stuff, the math shows that the only thing that influences the lineage drop chances from these bosses are notables and Waystone drop chance. Nothing else does. I mean, maybe nothing else isn't the right way to phrase that. Maybe nothing else isn't the right way to phrase that. But whatever they do is functionally not important compared to Waystone drop chance. Oh, I see what you're saying, Farm. Okay, my bad. My bad, FM Marl. My bad. Yes. Depending on the techniques you do, there might be arguments for like Hilda or something, or different types of like Overseer tablets for that kind of stuff for sure. But when we're actually talking about like what gives you the most pound for pound when chasing lineages, you really only care about Waystone drop chance. And I'm going off of other people's maths. You don't want to believe me, and you don't want to believe them, that's fine. It's not like it's something I have personally self-tested, but from my feeling, I always get, like, double lineage drops when I'm Waystone drop chance maxing. The difference is very noticeable. You might not get you a Rockiatos faster because you get bad RNG, but you will see, like, you'll kill him sometimes, he'll give you 1 lineage gem or 0. And with Waystone drop chance maxing, I almost always get 2. I did not. That's not what I said. I didn't say you could get 2 Waystone mods on other tablets at all. That's so counterintuitive, though. Why are lineage gems affected by Waystone chance? Oh. I mean, it just diversifies farms. It adds more farm strategies to the game. It makes the game have more depth. It is the solution to farming loot shouldn't just be Overseer tablets, right? It shouldn't just be rarity, right? Like, so GG adds alternate methods of increasing these factors. Like, it does make the game more interesting, but it's very not intuitive. It's very, very not intuitive. But Waystone drop chance impacts a lot of things, surprisingly. It affects your tablets. Well, lineage being affected was never proven. I mean, I'm not going to get into that nonsense. There have been plenty of creators who have shown math, and you go run 0 Waystone drop chance versus none. Like, I don't give a fuck if it's been proven or not. More people think it works than it doesn't, and the feel is noticeable. Nothing is ever proven in this game, though, unless GGG like straight up says, oh yeah, that's exactly how the math works. You know, almost everything is like speculation, but you know, statistics can only go so far when you have a limited sample pool. You can choose to ignore the stats you see, or you don't. And I am not somebody who min-maxes currency farms at all. I am not someone who does any of this testing, so the only thing I can do is go off of what other people's results show, and if I feel those results have been impactful. And I feel like with Waystone drop chance, that is what it looks like. But obviously, there's no guarantee it works that way. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything, because I don't want to glaze over people's comments. Really? It's the number of Rune of Remnants and Expedition also gets influenced by Waystone drop chance. Yeah, that one's weird too. I have a theory that Deli helps it too, because it increases the quantity and the effectiveness of quantity. Again, I can't, like, I can only go off of what the math of other people have shown. I almost feel stupid even trying to argue for it, because I'm literally just going off of, like, what other people are saying, right? But what other people say is nothing really matters except for Waystone drop chance. I don't ever see anybody ever deli juicing their Garukons, their Rakiata's flows. I'm not saying they don't. I'm not saying I am, like, I'm not trying to convince anyone otherwise. I'm just purely going off of what everyone else says, because I don't do that kind of gameplay. Like, I'm not the one, like, there are people who like to sit there and they'll do a map and they'll write down everything they've done in it. They got, like, I got 2 Abyss tablets. I got, like, they'll write down all that stuff. Like, I don't get into that at all. I just want to play the game. I don't really care about min-maxing currency farms, so I could be completely wrong here. I could be completely wrong here. I'm not a currency player, and I'm not a farmer in that way, you know. Hey, I appreciate you, Anton. I think a lot of it is just I'm not dog shit at the game anymore. A lot of my old builds were just really bad. I'm logging out. I dodge rolled in there when I shouldn't have. Just trying to get closer. I don't think you want to Alkin go your lineage maps, because you do want the 3 tablets, but I am very much an Alkin go player. Well, at this point, I'll fully slam my tablets or my maps to like 6 mods and crop them with stuff. But yeah, I don't get super in depth into like deep farms. But yeah, I don't know. I can only go off of what, like, last one is correct. We do not know if that's how it works, so. We do not know. What the heck is this build? It's a Autobomber with a series rule. This is kind of like an accident. I'm not claiming credit for this. God is claiming credit for this build. Now, this is already an archetype that people have, like, already played this league, so this is like Lazy Exile's build. But I didn't know this build existed when I got these items and I started the character. This is just kind of a happy accident. But the whole drill neck cheese and shit, like all the Autobomber stuff, like when I made this character yesterday, it was not supposed to be an Autobomber. It was just supposed to be a Frostbolt spamming character. So the Autobomber portion of it was just purely like me looking at Poe Ninja and then seeing so many people using this setup and being confused as to why so many people were using this setup. So this build specifically, I take no credit for, outside of being stupid enough to try it out in hardcore. This is a hard wall to break through. Because they're being reinforced defensively by that fucking shrine, but then of course all my frost bombs are immediately detonating on this super narrow corridor. Like, this fight could have happened literally anywhere else on the map and this wouldn't be like this, but because there's a fucking shrine at this choke point, I'm just like really forced to slow push it. There we go. I'm in hardcore, by the way. I'm in a hardcore private league, so that's why I'm being a little bit safe. If I die, I don't want to lose this character. Went so far from min-max. There we go. Sometimes getting through those corridors is tough. See, I get the argument that you don't think it would get nerfed because of the clunkiness of this build that how it's playing, but the part of it that's going to get nerfed has nothing to do with the clunkiness of the archetype. The part that's probably going to get nerfed is drill neck. Like, if anything gets nerfed in this setup, it's drill neck. Drop an Ox Charm. I would love a rite of what are they called? Rite of Passage? I have never gotten a rite of passage as a drop. But I also walk past every wisp I see because I can't be bothered. Have you ever questioned why charges and infusions do have a timer on them? I mean, when it comes to infusions, I question every fucking thing about them. Infusions, from a design standpoint, I hate every aspect of them. I think GGG by default puts duration on charges and infusions just because it adds more weight to the stat of duration. The stat of skill effect duration has a lot more value the more stats in the game are influenced by skill effect duration. I think GGG just generically, like, that's why they design it. That they'll just throw skill effect durations and short skill effect durations on things that feel like they should have high skill effect durations, so people are influenced to use skill effect duration. That's the only reason I think about it. A lot of what charges is set up in PoE 2 confuses me. When I learned that PoE 1 charges also gave you a buff, you didn't have to use, like, charge infusion or whatever it was called. Not charge infusion. Is it called charge infusion? Charge regulation? You just get the buffs permanently in PoE 1. Like, a lot of what infusions and charges are set up confuse me. I don't know if I have a problem with the duration on charges and infusions, but it is a little bit stupid. It is a little bit stupid. Your tab is called 45, it's full of shit. Sorry, but what is that logic? If I have to explain it to you, you would never understand to begin with. If you know, you know. Alright, we got invisible balls now. I mean, I agree with you for sure. Like, one of the most frustrating things... Like, I was playing a Flicker Strike character before this character. Like, I have a level 82 martial artist for Flicker Strike that I quit. And a large portion of it was because it was just super obnoxious, like... having to always use Lingering Illusion or something to get charges on bosses, and not being able to, like, stack the charges. So I like, and sustain them for longer periods of time. Like, so I definitely agree with it from that perspective. It is a lot less fun. The only argument I can make for it is it adds a lot of power. It increases the value of the skill effect duration stuff. Whether that's a good or bad design, you know, that's up for debate. I would have to, like, I'm curious why GGG set it up that way, but that's the only counter argument is, you know, it makes the stat, skill effect duration have some value. we can fix that boss damage. Like, I'm pretty confident that within a couple days, as long as the character doesn't die, we'll get that boss damage to be one-shotting bosses. Is this in the Timmy League? Yes, this is in the Timmy League. The THC League number 4. You can see it right here. Yep. No, I got insanely lucky getting 3 very specific drops for this build, and then just happened to be a fucking awesome archetype. I don't even know if they are affected by skill effect duration. I would assume so, last one, but that is a good question. It's not like I've ever tried increasing the duration of infusions and charges on myself, so. They want us to work for other bosses? I mean, that's exactly what it feels like. Like, they want it to feel... I don't know. Exactly that, though. They want you to work for it on bosses. That's the only thing I can think of. Wait a second here. Do any of you guys know Piranha Crafts? Out of curiosity. Piranha is someone in THC, right? Yeah. Is he cool? Like, does any of you interact with him? Do you guys know him? Is he chill? He is in THC. I just don't know him.
It's you.
So I just wanted to see if anyone has, like, interacted with him. He's a cool person, you know. You never know what kind of freaks are out there. You never know who you interact with. Most people are cool, but, you know. I'm ending the stream, is what I'm saying. I'm trying to figure out who I'm rating. This was a fun little 6-hour stream. I gotta go get lunch and do stuff, though. I'll be live tomorrow to play more of this build. This was an awesome stream. I got to like 140 viewers there. Usually I sit around like 50-ish, so this was a cool stream. A lot of people were interested to see this weird-ass build. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Well, if nobody knows Piranha, I'm going to send you guys over to Major Aim lists. You know, I'll just send you over to him. He can't be bad. He's got 14 viewers. If he's a weirdo, it's not my fault, though. I'm going to send you guys over to Piranha Crafts. He's streaming the THC League right now. Let's send him some love. And, yeah. I'm going to end the stream there, guys. I will be live tomorrow. This Thursday is the podcast. It might get rescheduled to Saturday. We haven't locked this in yet, but it's possible this Thursday we're going to have the podcast without Dead Rabbit, and we're going to have Blaze and Alcohol on as a double guest episode. Not 100% sure what's going on there yet. We haven't locked that in yet, but yeah. Podcast this Thursday, potentially. If it doesn't happen Thursday, and you're curious as to where it is, it's because we're rescheduling it to Saturday for when Rabbit's back from vacation. We haven't really decided that yet. But I'm going to send you guys over to Piranha Crafts. He's playing in the THC League right now. Looks like he is trying to craft some good amulets. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I will see you guys either tomorrow or for the podcast. Have a good night, everybody.